Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Electoral Area Services Committee meeting for Monday, June 15th, 2023. Just a few housekeeping items before we get rocking and rolling here. If there is, in case of emergencies, the exits are where you came in, as well as the two on the side. And there's even one at the very back if you need to do it. But the big one is, of course, the washrooms. If you're looking for the washrooms, they're just down the hall and turn right. And there's two doors there. You have to follow the instructions, a little high tech, but you'll make it in time, I'm sure. That being said, it's a beautiful British Columbia day, as Billy Brown years ago used to say. And we're going to plow right into our agenda today because we've got quite a lot of business to cover. So first is recognition, of course, of the traditional territories. We are here today standing and sitting on the traditional unceded territory of the Comox First Nation, or the people now known as Comox First Nation. And we give them all the greatest respect and encouragement as they move towards treaty and securing their future. Okay, we've got a few delegations. The first one is the Beachcombers Education Society. Zoe Lambert from the Beachcombers Education Society will present information regarding their request for support for a small elevator for students and staff. Moving second on my seat. Get you to go up there and press the little button on the microphone and I'll turn it on for you. There you go. Welcome.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much today for your time. I guess I can just start. Does this bring us up? So we just finished our last day of classes on Friday. So we're doing staff evaluation this morning. Here we go. And it was just lovely. One of our teachers said, she said, you know, I love coming to work so much that somebody asked me if I'm excited for summer holidays. And she said, you know, not really. I just love coming to work so much. So it was sort of one of those nice moments for me this morning. So we are Beachcombers Education Society. We're a registered nonprofit and we operate for the benefit of children and families. We run Beachcombers Academy and Little Oysters Childcare. We're located in Fanny Bay across from the Government Wharf. We were established in 2010 by a group of experienced educators and administrators in order to provide quality, nature-inspired education for children. The school was established in 2010 following the closure of the Union Bay School in 2007, and the Fanny Bay School was closed many years earlier. We are the only primary school south of Gartley Point, Union Bay, Buckley Bay, Fanny Bay, in the southern region of Vancouver Island, Comox Valley Regional District, Area A. So we provide an essential service for our communities. Beachcombers Academy is a Group 1 independent school under the BC Ministry of Education. This means that we must operate within the same operations budget as a public school system, but we only receive 50% operations funding. However, we do not receive funding for primary school buildings or infrastructure. So effectively that has to come out of our operations budget. And it means that in reality, Group 1 independent schools operate on a less budget than the public school system. Most of our primary classrooms are on the second floor, and the only access is via stairs. Installing a lift elevator would support our school's commitment to and belief in inclusion and provide a more inclusive learning environment consistent with universal design. So we're very, very keen to put this in. Our need for a lift is immediate. We currently support a student who has a form of skeletal dysplasia associated with a very specific mobility and health challenges. And without a lift, this student's access to education is directly affected. Just a little sweetheart, this guy, he's amazing. He's a really joyful child. He is expected to have several spinal decompression surgeries in his lifetime. If done in childhood, this would take place at the BC Children's Hospital by a team of neurosurgeons, and it would have him hospitalized for several weeks with months of rehabilitation, expose him to high-dose pain medication, result in substantial physical restrictions, and take upwards of a year of recovery. The goal for this child is to delay surgery to adulthood to preserve his childhood experience and his education. One of the people who's supporting him, one of his physiotherapists' comment is, a lift is not a convenience, it is essential infrastructure to be equitable for access. A lift would allow students and staff to move through the school with dignity and independence. This is one of our upstairs classrooms. It would ensure that students and staff with disabilities can fully access the learning environment without being singled out or excluded. And we're very keen to have that piece of inclusion for all our children, that they can feel part of the entire school. Beachcombers School would also like to provide an accessible play structure. The support that we're seeking from the CVRD is a letter of support. At this time, we're not asking for funding. We're simply asking for a letter of support, and a letter which specifically includes the need for a lift at Beachcomber School and support for an accessible playground, support for accessible learning for children, support for community values aligned with accessibility and universal design, and how this project meets the Comox Valley Accessibility Framework. Thank you for your time, and if you have any questions.
It looks like a lovely school. I want to come.
Yeah, we often hear that. Yeah.
We have some questions, Director Robert.
Yeah, thanks, Zoe, for the presentation, and congrats on another year completed. So a few years ago when I toured, you were doing the renovations, and what a beautiful one of your first slide was just the finished product. It looks awesome. I'm just wondering, with the lift, like, is that something that you had anticipated when you were doing the reno? Is there an obvious space where you can put it in, or?
Yeah, we have already spoken to our architect, and she has drawn up some preliminary plans. So it will go right at the front entry. So we have to build an exterior piece onto the building to house it. But yeah, it'll be right at our front entry. Yeah. And it's something that our renovation was funded for childcare. So we increased our childcare spaces downstairs, which meant we had to move most of our primary upstairs. And because it was a childcare grant, we weren't able to access funding for a lift, which is a primary school piece.
Okay, great. And a couple more questions. One is, in the letter of support, I could provide one, but would it be beneficial to have one from the CVRD board as a whole?
Yes, please. That would be great. Yeah, specifically because it is a federal grant that we're accessing. Yeah. And so they're very keen to have regional district support from the government per se. Yeah.
Okay, that sounds great.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's just the last one. I guess you did hint at it. You said we're not looking for funding yet.
Well, it is a substantial cost to us, and so we don't think that is something that we'd be looking to the CVRD for.
So the federal grant doesn't have a matching contribution element, or?
Not as I'm aware as yet. We are looking at other pieces around that, and we're looking at different funding sources. But the obvious one is the federal government one, and I think that if the reason if we would ask for funding, which you've hit on, is if we needed to show that financial commitment from another agency. Yep. But we are mostly looking outside the regional district for that funding.
Yeah, support. For sure. So just let us know. I mean, we have the tiny pot of money with the grant and aid. And then for community works funds, the rules have changed a little bit for putting money at arm's length. So as soon as you know if there's a need, just please contact our staff to initiate those conversations, because a few years ago it might have been more straightforward for something like that. But I think, especially for if it's a higher amount that's requested, we would have to do some work and consider whether it's eligible on our end. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Director. Director Hardy, any questions? So a federal grant. Yeah, well, I think it would be better coming from the board, because the feds, they don't have a clue of what a elected regional director is. Some time ago, we attended the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Conference in Quebec City. And to our surprise, all the BC delegates that weren't mayors and councillors were unable to vote because we were just directors. So we had to scramble to get that one fixed last minute. So yeah, I mean, it would probably come better from the board as a whole. My question is pretty simple. How much is this going to cost?
Right now, we're looking at a budget of about 580,000. So it is substantial.
You could buy a forklift for that.
Mm.
That's a lot of money.
Mhm.
Okay, well, certainly.
That's why we need your support.
Well, bless you, Director. I think, as you probably know, we don't make decisions at the table
Of course, yeah.
during the day of the delegation, but it will come up on our next meeting and will be discussed. Unless we can move it forward to the board tomorrow, how time sensitive is it?
For sure, the sooner the better, because I think there is a piece of the sooner I can submit the application, the better the likelihood of getting funding.
So perhaps your director could bring it up for new business today. Move it forward a little faster. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Just leave this.
Just leave it there for
Okay,
the
good.
next victim.
Thank you, and thank you for your time.
So on receipt, call a question on that. Anybody opposed? That carries. Now we have the Ministry of Transportation and Transit, which is MOT now. Kellen Truan, Operations Manager for North Island Ministry of Transportation, will present information regarding their mandate, services, and projects. Is he online? Of course he is.
Good morning.
There
Can
he
everyone hear
is.
me all right?
You can hear you can hear us.
Yep, thank you. Coming through clear. Thanks for the introduction.
Very good. Well, fire away.
Okay. Appreciate that. Thanks, everyone. As mentioned, my name's Kellen Truant. I'm the Operations Manager for our North Island Service Area, Area 3. Also joining me today, we have our District Director, Mike Pearson, and our Road Area Manager, Marissa Beniski. So thank you, everyone. We've got a short presentation planned, so let me just get that started, and everyone just let me know if you're able to see it all right. Just getting that loaded up now. Okay, is everyone able to see my presentation screen? Okay, perfect. All right, so this is our June 2026 update. Again, appreciate everybody's the opportunity to meet and speak with everyone again today. So what I'd like to do, our agenda is going to be a review of our 2025-26 accomplishments. I do believe we met in the fall last year, so I'll try to just focus mainly on items that we've completed since then, but we'll do a quick roll-up of our last year's program, and then dive into our 2026 program. Just to highlight, it's not a comprehensive list, but just to show some of the key things that we're working on for our service area within the regional district this year. Okay, so this is probably a familiar map. Just taking a quick look at our service area here. As mentioned, we're the North Island service area. We cover the area from Cook Creek Road up to the north end of the island at Port Hardy in the Northern Gulf Islands. Our numbered routes include 19, 19A, 28, and 30. The highway network in this service area is around 3,800 lane kilometers of maintained road, 10 rest areas, and over 300 structures. We have a maintenance agreement in place through Main Road North Island Contracting. It's a 10-year agreement. We're currently in contract year 8, and annual value is $27.5 million. Then I've listed our main 9 yard locations scattered across the service area. Key contacts. So most of them are here today. We've got Marissa as our road area manager, myself, operations manager, and Mike is our district director. I've also listed our TMC BC, the Transportation Management Center. They are the center that manages our Drive BC website, where you can find information on road conditions, updates, planned work, emergency closures, all that kind of information. I've also listed contacts for our maintenance contractor, Main Road North Island. So we have Justin Bergers, our operations manager, Chris Cowley, general manager, as well as the 24-hour hotline where any call-in can be made for information or requests for maintenance or inspections or anything related to our maintenance agreement. Okay, now moving on to the review of our 2025-26 year. I'll briefly cover through our highways and side roads resurfacing program, our safety program, our climate adaptation work, and bridge maintenance projects. All right, so this will not be new news for anyone. Last year, we were paving on Highway 19. Our resurfacing work was mill and fill resurfacing along 19 between Strathcona Parkway and Jubilee Parkway, resurfacing approximately 20 lane kilometers. That was work including side roads on Mount Washington at a value of $8.85 million, and this work was completed in the summer last year. We also completed work within the city of Courtenay, Highway 19A. Last year, we completed mill and fill resurfacing between Ryan Road and Comox Road, approximately 2,100 tons of patching, valued at $1.2 million, completed in summer 2025. And I'll have some further work on 19A to discuss later in the presentation. And as mentioned, we covered roads on Strathcona Parkway. So as part of our side roads program, we also did mill and fill resurfacing. That included portion of Strathcona Parkway between Anderson Hill Chain-Up North, as well as Nordic Drive, Henry Road, approximately 9 road kilometers, also completed in summer 2025. We also completed resurfacing in the Seal Bay area, including side roads such as Hall Road, May Road, and Barra Drive. All right, on our safety program side, I mentioned last year we were starting to look at Highway 19 and Comox Valley Parkway, particularly the intersections between the parkway and the intersection ramps. Now, some preliminary work engineering was completed last year. And what we're doing here is looking at traffic operations, safety, and potential for active transportation or transit improvements. And I will have some further work for this coming year to speak to later on this project. Hugh-Band Road, we mentioned in our previous presentation, we're looking at crosswalk improvements here. This is solar-powered rectangular rapid flashing beacons and activated downlighting. And that is our new crosswalk system at Matashaw Road. This one was initially planned for late last year. We've been waiting on obtaining the permits to be able to move forward with construction. And I'm pleased to say we do now have our permits in hand. So the work is being planned. Hopefully I'll be able to provide an update fairly shortly on our construction schedule, but we'll be aiming for summer this year for installation. So we're looking forward to that. Bates Road, shoulder widening. This project, it was construction of widened paved shoulder on both sides of Bates Road, approximately 3.6 kilometers, value of $750,000. And this work was completed in the spring this year. There'll be a line paint to follow coming this summer. Royston Road, we completed culvert replacements along Royston Road between 6 and 900 millimeter diameter culverts, including improvements for resiliency, fish passage. That was valued at $400,000, and this work was done in advance of planned resurfacing. That was completed in early 2026. We also completed culvert replacement along Marsden Road. It was replacement of a 1,400 millimeter diameter culvert, again with improvements for resiliency and fish passage, valued at $85,000, completed summer last year. And we also worked on Comox Road, some drainage improvements completed there. Again, that was completion of culvert replacement, catch basin replacement, erosion protection, ditch maintenance, and there will also be some resurfacing along Comox Road as well to be completed shortly as part of that project. So that was a value of $150,000, and that'll be completion in 2026. Okay, that was our climate adaptation. And then just to wrap up on our bridge maintenance program, end of last year, in late 2025, we completed timber redecking on the Old Oyster River Bridge to continue to maintain a safe and durable bridge deck on that structure. So that was valued at $300,000. And like I said, completed in the end of year 2025. Okay, now to move into our current year for the 2026 program. First, I'll speak to our highways and side roads resurfacing program. So this year, and this is actually old news now. This was completed last week. We've done some paving on Highway 19A between Comox Road and 17th Street, the north side intersection on the bridge there. So that completes resurfacing of that segment between Ryan Road and 17th Street. We're also currently working on Highway 19. There's hot in place recycling in progress between Buckley Bay and Parksville. So if you've been traveling southbound, you've probably seen that work in progress, and they'll be turning around at some point to do the northbound fast lane as well. And there should be some intersection works at Highway 19 and Cook Creek Road again to resurface. So that work is ongoing at the moment. And then there'll be some planned resurfacing on side roads in the Comox Valley Parkway as well. So we're targeting Royston Road later this summer. There will also be side road resurfacing in the Oyster River area. So we've got a number of side roads that are on our plan for paving this year, such as Glenmore, Regent, Saratoga, Henderson, Terrain, Air Road, Maple, Driftwood, Manston, McClary, Lambeth, and Croydon. We also have a number of roads in the Comox area, including Idian's Way, Perry Place, Aspen Road, and Sylvan Road. So a good deal of side road resurfacing happening in the area this year, which again, some of it's just getting started, and we anticipate will be completed over the summer this year. Then on our safety program side, mainly design work underway. So I'll just run through the list of projects we have underway right now. So as mentioned, we're starting to look at Highway 19 and the Parkway. So the intersection improvements, as mentioned, we got started with preliminary engineering last year. This year, I can confirm we have further funding to get into design work. So that design should be getting going this year to give us a sense of options for safety improvements. And we'll be keen to keep everyone in the loop on what we're looking at those locations. On Highway 19A at Huband Road, we're also beginning to look at intersection improvements as well. I know that's been a topic we've discussed in the past. So some design should be getting underway this year. And again, I'll be able to keep everyone informed of our plans as they get underway for that location. We're also looking at intersection improvements at Ryan Road and Anderton Road as well. And so again, this is fairly early project development. We're developing designs, coming up with preferred options for improvements, and then we'll be sure to keep everyone in the loop as we progress and start making plans towards construction. Okay, so that includes our list of topics for the presentation for this year. So thank you, everyone, and if there's any questions, please feel free.
Questions? Well, I think you pretty well stole all our thunder here, because these are a lot of the issues that we've been whining about for about 10 years. So it's the only one you missed was Wireless Road, I think. You missed that one. So I'm going to turn it over to our directors. I'm keen to find out what's going on Huban, because that is definitely a choke point. So Director Hardy wants to chime in now.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Kellen. Nice to see you, Mike. Just a few questions. Appreciate the update with regards to projects that Modi and their contractor is going to be working on over the next year or so. Still, Wireless Road is, and I'm sure you understand and have heard lots from the folks on Wireless Road. I hear from them probably on a weekly basis about concerns about dust, and still not being able to resolve any issues out there as of yet. Also, with regards to Kilmorley Road, again, concerns with regards to when you drive down that hill. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when one of those trees are going to get blown over in the next windstorm that we have, and then we have people that are stranded there. So again, just wondering where your organizations are with regards to looking at solutions for Kilmorley Road. And then also Sand Pines, we appreciate finally seeing some movement with regards to Aspen and Sylvan Road. I know it's been a couple of decades since somebody's been out there to really do some significant work out there. So I really appreciate the fact that there's going to be some work done out on Aspen and Sylvan, but also just curious about Sand Pines Road. That's another one where a number of our constituents are reaching out saying, hey, Rich, if somebody can come out here and have a look at our roads. We've been out here for 20 years and the same potholes are in the same spot. So just flagging that. And then one more item, and then I'll be quiet for a bit, is with regards to Ryan Road East. So basically going from Anderton Road out towards 19 Wing. And I know there's a number of constituents that have attended our open houses here and have expressed concerns about the speed limit on Ryan Road and asking for a speed limit of going from 80 kilometers per hour, maybe down to 50 kilometers per hour, just because there's a lot more houses, a lot more businesses that are opening up on Ryan Road there. So we're just asking for some consideration with regards to that as well. Thanks.
I see you busy taking notes. Should we go on to another director?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, we made notes of that, and we'll be sure to follow up. Appreciate that.
Director Harbour has a few questions.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's a lot of action in Area B and C. In Area A, there's, I think, two listed projects. One being Royston Road, and there's been some chatter around it. But before we get on those, I just want to go back to a process of how we work together and identify opportunities. So I know last meeting in October, we said that, you know, as staff to staff meetings occur, maybe we'd start to see some minutes from those meetings, modeling on how we collaborate with BC Transit. And I think Robin Holm has talked about that. So I'm just curious if that has started between our staff and MOTI or MOT, sorry.
Sure. Yeah, I can speak to that. Yes. So we continue to meet on a quarterly basis, and my understanding is now that there are some more formal agenda and meeting minutes coming out of those. My understanding is the CVRD team is taking those directly and distributing them among ourselves, the group members, and whoever else is needing those.
Okay, so I'll just work internally with our staff to make sure that those minutes are circulated to the directors, because with Royston Road, I feel like I haven't had any opportunity to provide input into that project. It's a significant artery in our area, and I found out through a resident that you were gonna repave, right? That was the last one to know. So from a process perspective, I'm still a little bit wondering, and I just talked to our CAO today. I understand that there may not be a lot of room for a conversation on this because you're already letting out contracts. So if I'd wanted to assign some of our funding to your project, right, to do some amenities that residents have long asked for in terms of safety, crosswalks, broader shoulders in certain elements, I understand that that ship has sailed already because you've already let out the contract. Is my assumption correct? Or if we showed up with money, would it still be possible to do some improvement that residents have been asking for a long time?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, do really need to be to meet and discuss these as early as we can in order to have opportunities to find ways to collaborate. Our paving contracts they are all now out and tendered, so those works are being scheduled. So typically the best time for us to meet, I mean, you know, like I had mentioned, we're meeting with staff on a quarterly basis, so we'll do our best to bring up future projects as soon as we're aware of them. You know, we do review plans for paving on an annual basis. Typically in the fall for us, projects for the next year are being planned or prepared. So that's probably a great time for us to start discussing if there are additional works within the right of way that are going to go ahead. We would need to get you know, needed designs and perhaps agreements in place to line those up for delivery.
No, that's great. And I should have, but I didn't go back to our your October presentation. I don't actually recall Royston Road being part of your presentation back then, which would have been the moment I agree with you to put it in. If it wasn't there, then I would ask if you're saying the fall is the best time, but if it wasn't in your presentation, like how are we supposed to know? So, it's not flagged to us. We're actually in the middle of budget time ourselves at that time. So it's actually a great time to have those discussions. It's a little late in our budget cycle, but still doable. So again, I'll just keep harping on, like, we need to improve our process, especially as I'm looking to supplement your budgets in the future to get some of those projects done where I know they're a little bit outside, but residents, especially in places like Royston, expect better amenities than just the what's there. I still have a single crosswalk between Royston and Buckley Bay, right? Union Bay people can, it's like we need some improvements. No mention of Hornby and Denman, so I'll park that. I am curious about the places where you're talking where you're in design. So that seems like the right time to talk about that. And what about the Buckley Bay to Parksville area? I know for bikes, when the Buckley Bay to Courtney paving was done about 5 years ago, there was a significant improvement on the shoulder for cyclists going north, but not south. So I'm just wondering if what the plan is with that one, if it's a consideration to have good shoulders on both sides of the roads, or I'd be curious. And then if Mike has an update on I think you guys gave us an update on the speed limit review. I know you had some staffing issues and all that stuff that's happened at the province and attrition. So I do realize you're under pressure with the resources you have, but a little update on that while you talk about the Buckley Bay to Parksville would be appreciated.
Thank you. I can probably jump in with a quick note on the Highway 19A section. You're correct. We did the widened shoulder a number of years ago, coming up north from Buckley Bay. I believe we're somewhat constrained in being able to add additional width, but again, as we earmark those sections of Highway 19A for future resurfacing, we'll be able to look at if we have any options to make additional improvements.
Cool. And have you let out the contracts for the Buckley Bay to Parksville area as well, or that's still in design?
Yeah, not for resurfacing. Those would be future year projects. So yeah, no, there's no firm plans yet.
That's great. So I'll be sure in October to be there with those questions and maybe some more thoughts. I'll try to gather some input from residents. My last one, I'll just show some support for Director Hardy. So at a meeting or two ago, we did have a conversation about, and I wrote actually to staff on that, about the Ryan Road and Enderton intersection. And there's a real need to improve our transit stops at those locations. And I'm hoping that consideration of that can be included in your scope. If Mike Sparsky hasn't already talked with you guys about that, I'm hoping that our staff can be on top of it and try to do some shared planning around because there's currently essentially no transit stops there. And quite often our buses won't even stop there. So it's been an issue for us in a fairly populated and key intersection. Thank you.
Yeah, just to maybe go back to your question about the speed limits around Buckley Bay. So yeah, we're almost finished internally with our review of that, and so I'm hoping to have that by the end of the month here. And then just a reminder too that it's sort of a two-parter. There is the question about the speed limit down by Buckley Bay itself, and then there's sort of that broader question too. So our planning work on the broader corridor 19A all the way from really Qualicum to Courtney, that work won't start until early in the new year. But that's, as I say, that's more of the sort of very high level discussion about the future use and treatment of 19A. So.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I just had one last one. Sorry, I already said last one, but I was just thinking about roads, and there's a current issue. Hopefully you have some awareness of, and I've been both fielding emails from residents, but I've also sent letters to the ministers on this. which is the whole tricky situation at Buckley Bay with the encampment in what used to be a parking for people going to Hornby and Denman across the road. And half of that is on your right of way and half of it is on Mosaic. But that encampment is becoming actually a village with no septic, no water, no nothing. And some people have expressed concerns, many people have expressed concerns about what's happening there. I know BC Ferries is also looped in because they have a serious problem with parking, as I'm sure you're well aware. In the summer, people park all along Highway 19A because they don't have enough parking. So I'd love your insight on how we're going to resolve those situations and come up with a plan. And if you're stuck, whether there's a place that we can help, because I haven't seen action from your ministry on any of those issues so far. So I'm just curious about I'm sure you're aware because there's been emails circulating for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure Kellen has the latest on that. Go ahead, Kellen.
Sure. Yeah, no problem. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, so thank you. Yeah, as we mentioned, we're aware of some activity at that site ongoing. I think we've probably provided some response materials recently. Essentially, we're aware of the activity. We've reached out to the Ministry of Housing lead agencies involved in outreach, that sort of activity. So at this time, we're monitoring. Our primary concern from ministry perspective is public safety, safety of our infrastructure, and ability to carry out critical maintenance activities. We're definitely available and willing to be part of the process to come up with solutions for that site. I'm sure that would involve some kind of an outreach plan, and like I said, we're available and willing to do our part to be of assistance.
And on the BC Ferries?
We do also meet with BC Ferries. So again, any collaboration and coordination that needs to take place with them will be part of that discussion.
Thanks. Thanks very much. As coming from a family that's had relatives work in the Ministry of Highway over the years, back before they were privatized and all equipment sold off to Friends of Government years ago, they used to have something called the pothole crew. And that's pretty well all they did. They would, clear sight lines for stop signs and things like that, and fill potholes and go around looking for it. So I'm sure that's probably the easiest way to calm the concerns of most. I would say at least 80% of the calls I get is regarding those kind of situations. I mean, nobody's asking for a brand new pavement job on their little side street, but I am really looking forward to. Yeah, so just that's the only thing I wanted to say about that. The other thing, of course, was the fact that you guys. I think the public is totally unaware of how much work you do and how vast the highway system is on the North Island when you put it in perspective. 300K to fix the Oyster River Bridge, the old bridge that I remember being the only way to Campbell River, only way to the North Island at one time. So I'm just wondering if you can't get some kind of heritage status for that baby so that a different part of government looks after it. After all, it is a heritage piece. Yeah, the pothole crew, I think, that's one of the things that would alleviate a lot of the headaches for people because they do fester for a long time. I know they do come around, but I'm just wondering if that's maybe a reasonable, cost-effective way of dealing with the little issues that we face every day.
Yeah, what we would recommend again, I think I'd put the 1-800 number on the screen there. There is an email address as well. Definitely our first recommendation would be reach out directly to our maintenance contractor. They'll be out there, continuously, patrolling and reviewing areas, and the info from the public is very helpful for them for prioritizing that kind of work.
Yeah, I try to assure people that somebody does listen to those those messages. The only other thing is, here we got the whole Saratoga Beach area, looking for some resurfacing up there. I know that we are at a point now where we are, at one point, I think we were looking to delay that about 10 years or so ago, because there was a possibility of putting in new water lines and possibility of a public sewer system at that time. But since then, the development community has changed, and there's challenges for that kind of public sewer and the cost of it and whatever. So my only complaint about that is that you're paving these roads, and I'm not running for election in the fall. So I mean, it would have been really much better if you'd done it at an election year when I was running. But other than that, I'll forgive you. So anyway, so yeah, thanks a lot. I think I don't see any more questions around here. I think we hit some of the hot spots, and it was awesome that you've named a whole bunch of irritants that we've been dealing with here in past meetings. So we look forward to working on the on the planning stages when we talk about the planning stage, design stage for 19A and Huban. Director Hardy, you have something to add? Director Arbor. Director Arbor has one more question.
Yeah, thanks. And while I mean, my takeaway is, yeah, there's good things happening, no doubt. But I'd also like to request, and I don't know if staff wants me to formalize that, but you know, for us to really understand that cycle of when we can have input and not, and if that October is a key date, and staff say has met with the ministry the quarter before, say in August, I still haven't seen minutes from our staff meeting with Modi, and that's something that was clearly requested by the electoral areas and suggested by staff. It'd be nice to see that, especially on the capital project side. So if in August you meet with staff, talk about what roads maybe you might work on, and then we would ideally see those minutes ahead of our meeting with you, because I feel like I'm always in reactive mode when you show up, right? So process. And I think that's how we're going to start to really hit our stride. Even though there is a lot of good work happening, I think there's also a lot of missed opportunities. Thank you.
I almost forgot. Now that we have you guys in the hot seat, I got one more question. The Western Canada Diversification, along with the Chamber of Commerce here in the Comox Valley, have been working on Area C on a business survey for Area C. And one of the things that came up time and time again was wayfinding. And I just want to ask, what is the procedure regarding putting signs on the right-of-way that say things like, "Welcome to Merville," or "You are entering Black Creek"? I know that there are some jurisdictions, Oceanside, Coombs Country, Lighthouse Country, those kind of things, where we do see signs. So there may be some dollars coming up from this grant from the feds through the chamber to partner or at least work on putting some of these signs up. And it would be great to know who I should actually talk to at the ministry to sort of grease the wheels so we can move those plans forwards, because time and time again it's been brought to my attention it's extremely important. You know, the whole about being in the place where they are and designating where they are and that sort of thing. So what would be my best contact person for that should we decide to put up a sign in the right of way?
Okay, sure. Yeah, thank you for the question. So requests for consideration for new highway signage can come to our local Courtney office directly. That will likely be Tammy McLeod is our district operations technician and would be the primary contact to get that started, and then we can initiate a review and anything else that needs to go along with that. I can send that contact directly to you, Director Grieve, if you like.
Yeah, I know there are issues around, the liabilities and who's going to maintain it and all that, but perhaps we can work something out with our Parks Department here at the at the regional district as well to make sure the signs don't fall into disrepair. So Tammy, okay, well, thanks. So do send me that contact because I do feel that this is a very important issue that's been skirted around a few times. So
Okay,
anything else from the directors? And we'll see you in November. Is that right? October?
Yeah, I think we're definitely looking forward to another meeting in the fall. We'll touch base to find the suitable meeting time that works for yourselves, and looking forward to that as well.
Thanks a lot, folks. And carry on the good work.
Thank you.
Do we need a receipt on that? No? Okay. You want to move receipt anyway? Okay. Move the second on receipt. Any discussion on receipt? Seeing none. Anybody opposed? Carried. We have the resolution status report for receipt. Director Arbor.
Yeah, this one's actually a good news story, and I just want to share my thanks to staff for the adjustment on item 3 to the boat ramp on Hornby Island, and I got to see it last week, and I'm really glad we were able to repair our new piece of infrastructure. And I know that all the boaters, except for one, everybody is super thrilled with the outcome of that fix. I also want to thank Kyra for their contribution through the quilt proceeds for the contribution to the fix as well. So yeah, just wanted to share that appreciation.
Whatever floats your boat. Or in this case, launches your boat. Okay, so no other discussion on the resolution and report. I'll ask for a voter receipt. Anybody opposed? Carried. And into reports. Advisory Planning Commission minutes. We have the Commission, Agriculture Advisory Planning Commission, and Area C Advisory Planning Commission for receipt. Moved and seconded on both minutes. Any discussion? Seeing none. Anybody opposed? Carries. Now, number 3, development variance permit application DV2A26 for an unaddressed lot on Union Bay and Smith. Moved and seconded, and over to staff for introductions.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to the directors. Pleased to announce or introduce Carter Ruff, Planner 1, to the committee, and Carter will be introducing the report here, supported by Alana Mullally, General Manager of Planning and Development Services.
Welcome, Carter.
Over to you.
Thank you for the introduction. The applicant, Forrest Smith, is in attendance. However, they are hearing impaired and won't be able to discuss the application with the committee. Through the chair to committee members, staff have received a development variance permit application to decrease the minimum 4.5 meter side yard setback abutting a road for the construction of a dwelling unit. The application proposes a setback of 3.2 meters for the foundation, 2 meters for an attached deck, and 0.9 meters for the eaves. The subject property is located at the corner of 6th and Nelson Street in Union Bay. It's approximately 0.08 hectares, zone residential 1, and serviced by the Union Bay Water and Fire Protection Service. The purpose of this variance is to keep the building foundation away from a slope along the north property line. Staff are supportive of the foundation and deck setback as it leaves sufficient space for building maintenance, and it's not anticipated to impede traffic sight lines or negatively impact neighboring properties. Furthermore, the Ministry of Transportation Transit has issued a road setback permit for the foundation and the deck. Staff do not support the eave setback due to maintenance limitations and potential conflicts with infrastructure upgrades in the adjacent road right-of-way. Neighboring properties within 100 meters were invited to comment on the variance request. As of this date, no responses were received. Staff can now answer any questions.
And Director Arbor has a question.
Yeah, thanks. I think the report made sense, and trying to work around that slope. And I don't know if the owner has any comments as well, but are they here or sorry? No.
Yeah, so the owner is here, but they are hearing impaired, so they won't be able
Oh,
to
yeah,
to
yeah, okay.
discuss.
That's fair. No, over.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It's just that there was other comments to consider, but I think overall the report is pretty comprehensive, and I'm in support of approving the proposed changes. So, yeah.
Anything else, Director?
Yeah. So I see. Usually we ask the people to if they want to speak, and I see there might be. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yes, you should both take a chair there if it's possible.
Just press the little red or little button and it'll turn red.
On top. Yeah.
Here it is. That's it. There you go. Welcome.
Okay, hello everyone. I love Courtney and Comox area. I've just moved here from Vancouver about a month ago. I'm his wife, I'm Kathy, and I'll be interpreting for him today. I saw you yesterday in the dunk tank, Daniel. Thank you, Carter, for your emails back and forth, but I wish I had known about the third problem with the eaves, about the 0.9 meters. If I'd known, I probably would have changed it from 2.5 to 2 meters, just so that the eaves would be equal and it would run flush with the deck. The encroachment from our property will be 20 feet. So there's quite a bit of space. So I understand the 0.9, but it just seems very close. So my suggestion would be to change it from 2.5 to 2 so that it just looks equal. So, you know, a 3 feet overhang and then a 2 feet, you know, it'll look more flush with the deck. And that's all.
Director Arbor?
Yeah, thanks. So, so based on that, I know we usually send, there's usually consideration of the report, and this would be a kind of late amendment to allow for that. So I'm just wondering if staff can comment if there's a process for us to grant that today, or if there would be a need for a subsequent meeting so that staff can revise.
Lana Mullally?
Through the chair to the directors, that is something that you could look at today. So within the context of the language that we've given you saying we recommend that you not support, you could certainly change that recommendation to say that you could permit a 2 meter setback to the eaves
For
of
the
the principal
eaves.
dwelling, the eve of the
That's
principal.
that's point.
Mhm. Right. Now, the only thing we'll just confirm is that the ministry has supported the encroachment, the 2 meter setback to the deck. And our assumption would be that they would similarly support a 2 meter setback to the eave. But what we could suggest here is that just the recognition that if the ministry did not support the setback, then we couldn't execute the permit.
Okay, so, and
So you could,
what would be the
make that
impact of that? That would be a new application, or?
The impact of that would be you would make a revision to your design if the ministry didn't support the 2 meter setback to the eave.
So, sorry, we're going back and forth. So through the chair, what's being suggested is it sounds pretty minor, right? So we could pass it today, but if that's what goes to the ministry and it trips a wire there, then they would have to go back to design.
That's
So,
correct.
so if the applicants are willing to take that chance, I have no problem passing the 2 meters. If they're not, maybe we can hold it as it is now.
Sorry, I'm understand. Does understand your question? Like, so it did go through the Ministry of Transport originally,
Yes.
and they approved it. Then it came here.
So I'll let staff answer that because this is just a process issue.
Okay.
So the road setback permit that was issued from the Ministry of Transportation Transit, that was just for the deck and the foundation. That site plan that was submitted, it didn't show where the eaves were, so they were not aware of that 0.9 meter eve encroachment.
So we would have to go back, keep it to 2.5? Is that what you're saying?
So the choice, if staff can correct me, the choice is if you keep it at 2.5, probably things will be fine. But if it goes to 2, there's a chance that the ministry might take issue with it and ask for a change, right? So
So how long would it take for me to find out?
Through the chair to the directors, if this committee supports the reduction for the eaves today, then our next step would be to check in with ministry staff and confirm.
now I'm being a bit tricky. Is there an opportunity to say to the eaves of the proposed principal railing from either 2.5 or 2 meters?
Through the chair to the directors, I would suggest that if you support 2, then
See that my thinking? Because then the ministry, I just don't know how it works, right? But it's like giving them an option if they have concerns. I'm trying to de-risk the chance of the ministry saying, we can't do this.
yes, through the chair to the directors, I'm not going to speculate, sorry, on how they would look at that. They, as Carter noted, they did support the 2.5 meters
Yeah.
to the deck, but they may share the concerns that we did about the dwelling itself.
That's about a half meter, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's if the applicants are fine with taking that small chance that they turn you down, I'm willing to go with their
Sure.
yeah, try it. Okay, so we'll change it to 2 meters as part of the recommendation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, he's just asking what your role is, who you are.
Through the chair to the directors, my name's Alana Malawi, and I work with Carter in the planning department. I'm the general manager.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. So any other discussion on that? Are we ready for a vote on receipt? So on receipt, anybody opposed? Carried. But anybody in the gallery wishing to comment on the matter? Seeing none? Director Arbor?
So I'll just move the recommendation with a small amendment that in the 3rd clause, it reads road to the eaves of the proposed principal dwelling from 2 meters to, oh, sorry, is that it?
If I can, I think what you would want to do is add a 3rd bullet.
Yeah, add a 3rd bullet, yeah.
That would approve reduce the side yard setback abutting road to the eaves from 2.5 to 2.0 meters.
Yeah.
And then strike out the and further that.
That's right. Thank you.
Alana, that confirms? Yeah.
You have it in the minutes? Good to go?
Good to go.
It's been moved and seconded? Okay. For discussion, anybody opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. Electoral Area A, temporary use permit application TUP 1A26 for 3884A Warren Avenue for receipt. Moved in that second. Good. Thank you. And over to staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Odessa Cohen is our senior planner, and Odessa will introduce this report, supported by Alana Malali. Odessa, over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, directors and CAO. So through the CAO and the chair committee, I would like to invite the owner of the applicant, Sylvia Mossy, to join me at the table. So you can just sit right over there. So the owner and applicants are Travis Holst and Sylvia Mossy, civic address being 3884A Warren Road. Zoning for this parcel is residential 1, and it's about 2.25 acres in size. An application has been received to consider a temporary use permit to permit a tourist accommodation in the principal dwelling on the subject lands. The property is developed with a residential dwelling and accessory dwelling unit in the form of a carriage house. The applicant wishes to use the principal dwelling for tourist accommodation use and the accessory dwelling unit to remain as a long-term rental. The applicant has noted, they would be the caretaker of the SRT, oh my goodness. I'm getting my tongue all twisted up here. I need more water. Short-term rental and live off-site. So the applicant would be off-site, but managing the short-term rental. As part of this application, we also did circulate to properties within 100 meters of the subject lands to provide comments as part of the Electoral Area Service Committee meeting, and mailings went out on May 29th, 2026. We received 3 letters in opposition and 1 in support as of June 12th. Staff are recommending refusal for the following reasons. The short-term rental proposed is located within the principal dwelling with no residential component, resulting in a principal commercial use on the property. The proposed conversion of the principal residential building to a commercial use contravenes the intent of the R1 zone. And the applicant is proposing to establish long-term residential use in the accessory dwelling, resulting in a secondary residential use. This again does not align with the R1 zone. And lastly, the proposal of a principal commercial use does not align with the OCP housing objectives and the findings of the 2024 housing needs assessment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does the proponent have any comments? Welcome.
Hey, Sylvia Mossy, thank you for having me here today with the opportunity to speak. My daughter also saw you at the dunk tank, and hopefully it was a very nice warm day and the water wasn't too cold. I'd just like to start by highlighting what makes our applications different from other applications that you've considered. Our property does have the separate accessory dwelling unit that is rented long-term housing. Unlike other cases where it has been a principal dwelling requested for short-term rental usage, this application does not reduce housing supply. It's going to actively maintain it. We feel that's important because we understand that protecting long-term housing is one of the board's primary concerns, and in our case, that objective is met. We're proposing a short-term rental that is owner-managed, limited, and low impact. We live nearby, screen guests, have strict rules in place, and do not allow parties and events. This is not a commercial or absentee owner operation. It's something we would manage carefully and personally. I'd also like to offer a slightly different way of looking at how the property functions. The use of the larger home as a short-term rental versus the smaller ADU was a main topic that I spoke with the original planner with at length. Although the short-term rental would be in the larger home, the most consistent year-round usage of the property is the accessory dwelling unit, which is someone's full-time home. The short-term rental use would be intermittently about 40 to 60% of the year. If you look at how the property functions in real terms, the property's prime use and its main contribution is long-term housing with a secondary limited accommodation use. We, again, spoke at length about size of building versus actual physical usage of the property. It's also helpful to consider how this fits within the broader accommodation landscape in the Comox Valley. Whole home rentals like ours would serve families and groups who need space, privacy, and shared living areas. Smaller accessory units used as short-term rentals tend to function more like hotel-style accommodations, whereas our use would complement the accommodation mix rather than competing directly with it. Importantly, we are not converting a secondary dwelling unit into tourist use. That long-term rental remains in place. We see this as a balanced outcome, supporting housing while also contributing to the local accommodations need. Finally, we believe a temporary use permit is the right tool for this situation. This is not a request for a permanent change. It's a request for a time-limited, low-risk opportunity to demonstrate that this use can operate in a way that aligns with your policies and expectations. If there are concerns, a temporary use permit allows for review, adjustment, or discontinuation. If it works as intended, it provides valuable real-world insight for the board as policy continues to evolve on this hot topic of short-term rentals. In short, this is a small-scale, well-managed use that preserves long-term housing, has minimal impact, and can be reviewed over time. We respectfully ask for your support.
Thank you very much. And directors, any questions for staff or the proponent? Director Harbour.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks for those additional comments from the applicant. I think the staff analysis overall is consistent with our direction. However, I do struggle with the specifics of this one, partly because like one of the letter of support was from your tenant, and I do realize that a change could change those circumstances. But on the other side, we did receive 3 letters of people, of nearby residents that expressed concerns about what they see as the impacts of the rental, and I can't dismiss that either. So I'm struggling with it because I think it's true that typically we would say the principal dwelling is a principal dwelling, it's for housing. But in this instance, you have, I think, maybe a single person or a couple living in the ADU. It's something I see a lot on Hornby, actually, and Denman, those kinds of situations where the principal dwelling ends up as a rental, and they're trying to change that as well. So it's not black and white for me. But considering the 3 concerns about the rental and on the other side, just the risk of the person, like I would have a hard time suggesting a 3-year window when there's already what I consider like complaints about the character. And by the way, what we're trying to find, what I'm starting to realize through these TUPs, because we just started doing them for vacation rental not that long ago, especially in Royston, there's actually a lot of opposition to in the downtown core to those vacation rentals. And where we don't see a lot of opposition tends to be more in rural lot. And that kind of makes sense because the disruption, the noise and all that. So it's an interesting early observation, but you're in that basket, right? And I've seen, especially in Royston, a lot of people saying, no, we do not want short-term rentals. So, and I just suppose that this was probably pre-existing, right? Like the last, I think there's mentioned somewhere, it's been going on for the last 2 or 3 years anyways, right? This, yeah. I mean, this is me, so I'm really looking forward to maybe to other directors' view on that. But I'd be willing to grant a 1-year TUP on this. Part of my rationale is to limit like the immediate risk to your tenant and the situation and how you're going about it. And the second is in that 1 year, maybe that would be the opportunity to prove to the neighbors that some of the issues that they've identified are being mitigated more proactively. I realize it's shorter, but I think the other choice is to not grant it. I would really struggle to put a 3-year term on it based on those letters that came in and knowing the circumstances and perception around Royston. So that's why I'm currently just being open about where I'm at, and I wonder if the other directors have ideas or suggestions on this one.
Thank you, Director. Any other directors want to comment? Okay, I'm going to make a comment. I know there's been some issues in the past that seem to, stuck with the immediate neighbors. Was it used in the past as a short-term rental, or was it a regular long-term renter that had all the parties and caused the mischief?
We're aware that that the owner across the street felt that we had people parking on the roadside in front of her. At one point, she's got a fence and then there's a grass area on the shoulder. It's not, if anyone knows the marine area, a lot of them have sort of a driveway parking in the front. So she raised that to us and we immediately made sure that anyone was always made clearly aware that if you could not fit in our own driveway, that you were not to park on the roadway. I'm sure Director Arbor knows that the the Marine Drive area is a very vibrant neighborhood. All of the roads leading down there are quite busy. I can't say if any usage after that has ever been attributed to us. And nothing has ever been communicated to us about a noise complaint.
Well, you raised another question, Director Arbor.
Yeah, because that happened once before, I think a few months ago, where the applicant had not seen the letters that had come in. I just want to make sure that you were provided with the letters that came in.
I didn't hear until the Friday report when it was published that
But
there'd
you
been
have
a
seen them.
complaint. No, I was told I'd have to make a Freedom of Information application, which could take up to 2 weeks.
Sorry, can we backtrack on this? And I know our general
Yeah,
manager caught it, so let me
we-
check, because the reason why I think it's pertinent is if we're having a conversation, but you haven't necessarily, we're supposed to provide you, at least by the time of publication, the letters, right? So I just want to confirm that that step was not missed.
Through the chair to the directors, we do provide the letters to the applicants, ideally as we receive them, but for sure on agenda publication. And we would not require someone to obtain an FOI to see the letter. So if you were provided that information, I'm very sorry, but we gave you the letters at time of publication. So that would be our standard. And if we didn't, then please let us know that.
Yeah, no, I was able to see on Friday the 3 letters from neighbors. But that was it to date.
But you did get a chance to read them and saw the noise concerns and things like that. So I think that the question from the chair still stands, whether it was, short-term rentals or long-term tenant at the time.
Pardon me, I don't know any details. It could have been when my family was staying there from England. I unfortunately don't know the circumstances surrounding that. And I also completely can understand that short-term rentals, like many other housing needs in the valley, are people not adamantly opposed to them, but not in my neighborhood. So I can see where neighbors are coming from, where they are expressing concerns that this could result in noise and it could result in traffic. The other tiny bit of information I would love to share is that during obviously the financial pressure of this, we've looked at advertising it to be a long-term rental, and the only applicants we've gotten are groups of 6 to 8 younger individuals that are wanting to rent the home out because it's a 4-bedroom home with multiple living spaces. And we weren't willing to do that to the neighborhood. We felt that would be much larger of both a noise and traffic issue, being forced to rent the houses as almost room by room to long-term tenants.
There's a good point there, because it has been made plain at these meetings in the past around this same subject, is that in some regards, a short-term rental it's a lot less cumbersome to get rid of a bad short-term rental than it is a long-term rental. Good luck getting rid of a bad tenant, right? It can take years. So that's kind of a red herring, I think, because a lot of the mischief is caused not by the short-term rental. They're there to have, to go skiing or whatever. So they could be a problem, but in the same token, it's a very temporary agreement. Now, my question is through the staff. we're using TUPs right now as a way of managing short-term rentals. And it seems to be consistent with other jurisdictions in electoral areas trying to do the same thing, because we don't have the same tools as the municipalities have. We don't have building permits and whatever. Oh, we have building, I'm sorry, but we don't have, we don't have like business licenses, so we can't regulate it on a business license basis. We could, it might be coming, but my question is basically long-term, if there is some movement at the province to address this, did we ever get an idea of if the government was working towards giving us some different tools to manage short-term rentals, or are we just still stuck in the TUP scenario? Correct.
Through the chair to the directors, the province did approve regional districts to regulate businesses. And as you know, most jurisdictions who do regulate businesses use a license as the tool to do that. So we do have that authority. We don't have the service, as you know, we haven't recommended that you establish a service at this point. Just to come back a little bit, shortly after the province introduced the short-term rental regulation, we came to you and we said, here's what we know, here's our proposed approach, and we'll use the next year and a half to monitor. And so that's kind of the phase that we're in. So one of Odessa's next pieces of work is to come back to you and say, this is what we've observed through this period, and provide you some options. And I envision those options sort of depending on your interest in having site-specific flexibility. The TUP is the best tool for that. And then you can consider things like, what does this particular neighborhood expect? Or what kinds of complaints might we have received previously? You could also determine that you want to enable through zoning as a right. So if you said, yep, seems to be that our observation over this last year and a half, the larger parcels seem to be less impactful. So maybe you set in the zoning bylaw, a parcel size minimum in order to have the use. And then you could also say, we would like you to explore business regulation. And then that would give you another ability to sort of set some specific terms. Or you could opt to say, we like the TUP. It gives us that ability to dig in on a site specific. Or similarly, you could allow as of right. If you felt that the use was reasonable, you could just set some blanket provisions in the zoning bylaw, and then you wouldn't necessarily see any site-specific application. So that's what we'll come back to you with, and we'll provide you some of our own observations, and then certainly a recommendation.
So I think you make the point that a short-term fix might be the option for this one, just to kick it down the road a little ways.
And Chair, if I may just offer one clarification, Odessa just flagged for me, the request was to receive the bylaw complaints that we receive, and we do not provide those. Bylaw complaints are provided, as you know, we really rely on that being that anonymity in order to preserve that system. Yeah. We do provide the letters that are specific to an application.
Also, I think the danger with business licenses is they can't be specific to one business. Am I correct in this? That once you have business license, you'll be licensing everything from Auntie Annie's pie manufacturing to Joe's Backhoes. Is that correct?
Through the chair to the directors, I'm sorry, I keep turning it off. No, you could suggest that if this was the specific use that you wanted to target on the one, you couldn't say just this property is subject.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was misunderstanding because a few years ago, I seem to remember that once you open the floodgates for business licenses, you're stuck with it for everything. So.
No, you can be very specific.
I was misinformed. And Director Arbor?
Just as staff, when do we expect that report and set of options?
Through the chair to the directors, we'd like to provide you something before the end of this term.
Oh, okay.
With some options, not to say that you'll necessarily be making decisions before the end of the term.
But to know that we'll have the report would be really good, and would be good for the next batch of elected officials to consider. So In the meantime, if that report is coming, yeah, I do agree with the chair. And I know not all the residents will be thrilled in the neighborhood, but I do have a fear of a quick decision, and it sounds like there's a stable tenant in the ADU. Now, it may be that what his staff has presented today will hold by the time we get to some of those larger decisions about how we address vacation rentals. But in the interim, I would like to contemplate a 1-year permit, which gives that window to keep operating, maybe gain some more support from the neighborhoods, from the neighborhood for the future. But then for those, they don't feel like this board just signed it 3 years with, with not acknowledging their concerns. So that'd be my preferred path.
Okay, very good discussion. I'd like to thank the proponent and excuse him from the table now while we take a vote. So first on receipt. Any opposition to receipt? Then that carries. And then on the correspondence, there's nothing in the addendum, apparently just what's on the page. Okay, so moving second on the correspondence. I'll take a vote on that. Anybody opposed to receipt? That carries. And Director Arbor, you want to make a proposition here? Oh, I should ask, yes. Comments from the gallery? For a first, for a second, for a third and final time? Thank you. And over to Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. I'd move that the application for temporary use permit, TUP 1A26, for a term of 1 year to allow tourist caramelization, etc. And the rest.
And just for clarity, after that 1 year, should we not have new policies in place, then you can always make an application for a regular three-year TUP at that point, if you need, or 1 year, whatever the flavor of the day is with the board of the day. Okay, so we got a second on that? Sorry? Okay. Second. Any more discussion?
Yeah, I think Alana might want to comment. I just note the options. Option 2 is to direct staff to report back with the draft TUP and issue public notification. So I just want to confirm, will that be then coming to a subsequent electoral areas committee meeting with this 1 year TUP being proposed?
Through the directors to the chair, that's what we'd recommend, that we bring you back that 1 year permit. We'll include the conditions that we think are appropriate, and then you can assess, and we'll do the notification that's required. Okay.
That's fair. Good. Does that need to be in the motion then?
We'll make sure that it includes the report back.
So it includes the report, okay. So any more discussion? Don't see any on the recommendations as, is it up now? Well, it's not up there yet, but. Director?
Yeah, so for our recording, I don't think James' comments, his mic was on, and so just to be clear, this is what we're proving now is for staff to bring back a report on the conditions for a temporary use permit, which we're saying we're likely to approve, but we're not like signing it off right this minute. We're sending it back to staff to come back with those conditions, right? Okay.
And what's the time frame on that? Sorry?
Next meeting.
Next meeting? Okay. We'll have to live with that. So on the motion as it's been amended, and actually it's as it's moved because we didn't amend it. Anybody opposed? And that carries. Thank you very much. Number 4, Electoral Area B, temporary use permit, TUP 3B25 for 2705 Comox Road. Moving second on receipt. And who's taking this one? Press your button on the air.
Great, thank you. So this is a temporary use permit application for a short-term rental. I have in the audience, I believe there is Armand and Jeremy as the applicants. Yep, so you're welcome to come up to the table. And then the third applicant is Colette, and she is on the Zoom link there. So when they are ready, they'll be available for questions. So this application is located on 2705 Comox Road. It's a residential one zoned property and it's 0.16 acres in size, sorry. The property is looking to consider a temporary use application for a tourist accommodation in the form of a short-term rental in the additional dwelling on the subject lands. The property currently has one residential dwelling and then the accessory dwelling unit, which is a secondary suite. The owner lives in the principal dwelling on site and proposes to use the additional dwelling for the short-term rental to provide the tourist accommodation, as well as operating that use. And the tourist accommodation is being proposed in the secondary suite that's attached. The CVRD has previously received a bylaw complaint for the property regarding the unauthorized tourist accommodation use. And so this application is being brought in following that complaint. In the meantime, the owner has ceased the use, subject to the application being potentially approved. On April 20th, the APCB reviewed the application and provided support for the requested for the requested temporary use permit. Adjacent properties within 100 meters were also circulated notice of this meeting, and we received 3 letters in opposition and 1 in support as of June 12th. So staff are recommending approval for the following reasons. The short-term rental is proposed to operate out of the accessory dwelling while a principal use is maintained in the principal. This maintains principal use in accordance with the property's R1 zone. In approving the TUP, this would bring the previously operated short-term rental into compliance following bylaw enforcement for the unpermitted use of the secondary suite as a short-term rental. And the proposed application for short-term rental is expected to have a minimal impact on local servicing and infrastructure due to the limited nature of the 1-bedroom short-term rental being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does the proponent wish to speak to the matter?
Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good morning, and sorry that I can't be with you guys today. So thank you for your time. I just wanted to start by sharing a little bit of history. Our family, specifically Armin, has lived on the property for 25 years, just about that. During that time, the secondary suite has been used for both long-term and short-term rentals. So we've seen the direct impact of both firsthand. Throughout that time, we used it as a long-term rental. It was highly problematic and difficult to manage. We dealt with constant issues, parties, high traffic, and noise that disrupted the peace. Because of those challenges, we made the decision over 8 years ago to switch to a short-term rental model. It was the best move for the neighborhood and for Armin. Since making the changes, the operation has run smoothly. We enforce strict policies, no parties, and we limit the number of guests allowed on the property. Because Armin lives right next door, there's surveillance. He's on site, and so we can be accountable. We also carefully design the property to minimize any neighborhood impact. All the guest parking is completely off-street. We also have fencing along the front of the secondary building that hides it so well from the road. I don't think most people that drive by know it's actually there. And furthermore, Jeremy, who's my husband, he's there today. He runs a professional property management business. So he keeps the landscaping and the entire exterior in pristine condition. I think the proof is in our records. Throughout the past 8 years, we have had no complaints of the secondary unit, no noise issues, and no police activity involving that secondary unit. It's completely low impact. We have welcomed many wonderful people from all over the world and many who regularly come back to visit. So we just want to continue to enjoy the setup for our family while showcasing the beautiful space for everybody else to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Turn it over to the directors. Any questions for staff or the proponent? Director Arbour.
Yeah, thanks. It would be great to hear a little bit more from the owners because some of the letters have some pretty hefty concerns outlined, and I just want, again, to ensure that the owners receive those correspondence on Friday. You did, yeah. So specifically concerns around not just tied to the vacation rental, but the management of the property and, you know, dumping in the river. There's a bunch of stuff in there that's highlighted. You didn't see that in the letter? Yeah. So I'm just wondering if those issues and water on the parking lot and things like that, there's numerous things that have been listed from more than one neighbor. So I'm just wondering if you could address those issues and what the history around them is.
Dumping in the river, that's pretty flagrant, I would say. Been there for like 25 years and
Can you stay a bit closer to the mic so we can hear you?
if those words could be expanded a bit as to like I'm not sure what they mean by dumping in the river. The very neighbor that addressed that, like I've seen, you know, I don't want to get into tit for tat and that kind of thing, but we're talking about retaining wall. I had the foreshore people from the NIME will come up and they said that because riprap was put into the area, that as long as you don't go farther into the river with concrete, like to support the wall, and that's what I've done. And they came up there and they said that if you're on top of the riprap, because I'd say about 40 years ago, the previous owner with foreshore had put in like approximately $25,000 worth of riprap to retain that area. And I think about 5 years ago, Main Road had come and put more riprap in and sort of arranged it. And when fisheries came up, because there was a concern, and I had a conversation with them, they said, as long as you put concrete on top of the like not over, and they saw what I did, and it's in a nice way. It's done nice and cleanly. It wasn't going to be an issue. And then there was some further discussion, and bylaw came by and they said, we don't want you to do this anymore. You have to go through planning and so on. And I said, okay, no problem. Like, I mean, at that point, it's pretty nice and solid. So if that's what we're talking about, but the way you say it, and if you don't put context on it, it sounds like, it sounds pretty bad. I mean, that's what I have to say. Now, I just want to say that having been there for, none of these issues came up until the temporary use situation came up. And all of a sudden, if I saw somebody dumping like trailer loads of garbage in there, I mean, I wouldn't wait for this to happen. I would have said something a long time ago. I mean, I think that would be noticeable as far as the dumping goes. And when my daughter was talking earlier and talking about in the years that I've been there, it's close to 25, never have I had police come over. And when previous tenants were there, the lack of control, and it was brought up in the previous conversation, people, because of the location, it's great for people to come and have parties on the weekend. It's like a go-to place. And I find that with the short-term rental, it's great. I'm there, like, I mean, I'm like 10 feet away. If there's an issue, like I go knock on the door, like I don't want to hear it, let alone my neighbors across the street hear it. So I don't mean to be jumping around, but dumping, and never had police. None of my neighbors have ever come up to me and talked to me about anything, is what I can say.
Thanks very much. And Director Hardy.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks for the applicants being here. Through the chair, Just a couple of questions first to staff, and I reviewed the correspondence. I guess some of the concerns that were put forward with regards to retaining wall or infrastructure that was put in place to secure the shoreline. I am just curious whether or not the CBRD bylaw enforcement went and reviewed or had a look at the property to see whether or not it falls in line with regards to any guidelines we may have. So that would be the first question to staff.
Through the chair to the directors, as Mr. Bertanian has indicated, we have visited his property in the past regarding the retaining wall. We've had conversations with the ministry as well as DFO about the concrete and the riprap. So that is true, and we have had bylaw files related to those pieces. The temporary use permit itself, I would suggest, is not really separate land use. And so we do not have any, we're not doing any active bylaw compliance related to the short-term rental.
Okay, so if I'm understanding staff correctly, then based upon, we're just focusing on the temporary use permit, not so much the actual property itself and whether it's in compliance from an environmental perspective. I guess another question I would have is whether or not the infrastructure for the retaining walls on the proponent or the applicant's own property, or if they've kind of gone out into the estuary. And if that's the case, was there any legitimate tenures allocated by the province with regards to that retaining wall if it's not on the property and it's in the estuary, if there's any appropriate paperwork there or not? And maybe it's a question that if the staff can't answer, maybe the applicant can with regards to that process there.
Does the applicant want to take a shot at it?
So I've had, okay. When, I'll go backwards, bylaw was up and the problem was resolved. Bylaw did send me a letter. Like, I mean, I understand that this, we're not talking about the temporary thing now, we're talking about something else, what I'm understanding. So bylaw did come up. They said, we don't want to do this. You have to talk to planning. You have to do this and do all this other stuff. And I said, okay. So at that point, I mean, like 8 or 10 years of, slowly, putting concrete in place and all that. And so I stopped doing that. And the wall is good enough right now. It's been really good. When Nanaimo, when the people from the foreshore came up, and we had talked about it, and they said with the concrete, if it's over 15 years old, this is what I understood at the time, that it doesn't leach anymore, so it's not a problem for the fish or anything like that. And it's not dirt; it's actual old concrete that's broken and put, kind of like that. So a letter was sent to me about it. We had a meeting. Bylaw came up, looked at it. They said complied, and then a letter was sent that this is done. As far as from Nanaimo, like from the foreshore people, they didn't have a problem with it at the time. So long as I don't go, so long as I'm not going out into the middle of the river type of thing, getting like, it's just been whatever the riprap was there, I've been on top of it and just building up so that the earth doesn't wash away.
Another question, thanks, Chair. And another question for staff regarding, I know this comes up with other applications in the past and probably in the future with regards to covenants, with regards to the property being on or near the floodplain. I'm just wondering, again, from a legal perspective, if we have short-term rentals, flood comes in, how liabilities work with regards to short-term rentals. If some unfortunate incident occur where flooding did occur and there's a short-term rental person in there for the weekend, something happens, how does that work from a CBRD perspective with regards to liability?
Through the chair to the director. So the structure has a building permit. which would have been reviewed under a previous floodplain framework. So I would suggest that we're likely in this boat for all of our existing structures, right? They have building permits that were issued under a previous regime. I think we might, this might be our future of claims for use, but I would suggest that where we're looking right now, certainly if someone comes in for an application and they don't have a building permit, we won't process the temporary use permit. We'll say that they have to rectify that situation before we can consider looking at another use in the building.
Thanks. And if I could, Chair, sorry, Director Harbour, again, looking at the draft temporary use permit, and I'm a little confused with regards to the principal owner not living on the property, but the father's living on the property to manage the property. Is the manager of the property living in the principal dwelling, or are they living in the secondary dwelling?
So I'd like to address just a couple things here. So with regards to the principal, Armin is the principal person dwelling on the property, and he is the owner of the property. And Colette and myself help manage the property through the short-term rental thing, which is that's the setup that we have there. So with regards to just a couple other items there, with regards to the insurance and flood, I'm assuming you're referring to like an overland flooding or something occurring from the exterior of the building. That would all theoretically be covered through the building insurance itself. Any loss that occurs on the interior of the building, be it through a washing machine, a dish, or what have you, that would likely be covered either through the home insurance or through, there is like a short-term, like for example, an Airbnb will insure damages to the property in the event of a guest doing damages. The next thing I'd like to just address there with regards to the parking and the vehicles, the riprap and what have you. There are two separate parking locations on the property. There is Armin's principal dwelling parking spot, and then there's a secondary suite parking, which allows for up to 2 vehicles on site as well. Neither of them are attached, and the parking for the secondary suite, which is what the TUP application is for, there's no riprap, there's no anything. It's right off the street, and it doesn't incur anything to do with the items that were mentioned in these letters to, pardon me, what was the vernacular for it? They weren't noticed in any of the complaints that were sent in with regards to this application.
Sure.
We're just bringing up the site plan there. Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so maybe a question for staff with regards to issues revolving around access to the property through the CVRD park that's right next door. Whether there were issues in the past with regards to that property using the park to access a driveway, and whether there were concerns or issues revolving around a fence or whatever not being in place that allowed for that parking to occur. I'm just wondering if staff can help me out if there's been a complaint in the past about that particular type of issue.
Through the chair to the directors, I will certainly, Amanda, it looks like she's going to the table to provide some details, but on this plan, you'll note there is a fence adjacent with the property line to prevent that encroachment into our property. Do you want to add something, Amanda?
Amanda?
Historically, I believe right around the time that property became a CVRD park, Armin did have conversation with myself and with bylaw on some encroachment. That's long been solved. Yeah, we did have a file on that briefly. There were some items within the park, they have been removed. So no active concerns, no active issues.
But there were in the past.
There
an
were when it
encroachment
was
issue.
correct.
Thanks. Again, just trying to understand, going back to the draft temporary use permit. And I think it's 4II. It says tourist accommodation use is limited to a maximum capacity of 1 bedroom with a maximum of 2 people occupying the area of interest. Is that what we're looking at moving forward?
Through the chair to the directors, this comes directly from the building permit that was authorized through, or the recommendation that came from Island Health through the building permit for this unit. And that's really about the septic capacity that was cited for deemed for that unit. Yeah.
And if I could, Chair, sorry to ask all these questions, but I just would like some clarification. So again, going back, if I'm understanding correctly, with the draft temporary use permit that's been put forward, it's the secondary dwelling that will be used for short-term rental, or is it the primary residence building that's going to be used for tourism? I've heard different stories where it's the primary resident area that's now going to get used for tourism, and that the owner is going to use the secondary suite or unit as the primary residence. So if I could get clarification from staff on that, that would be great.
Through the chair to the directors, this application, this draft TUP is for the owner to allow short-term rental of the one-bedroom secondary suite. The reason we're calling it a suite is because the primary residence in it are attached with a breezeway. But certainly if the applicant has a different piece of information.
Go ahead, hold on. There you go.
Oh, sorry.
Now you may talk.
Now I can talk? Okay. Yeah. I'm not sure where the confusion came from. I guess not from the application, but the original unit is the primary unit that was built in, I think, the 40s or 50s, is the one that I'm living in. The place next door back in the day used to be like boats used to come right in there. And they would just come in and get repaired. And then the previous owner that I bought it from, Dorothy Yeoman, she lived there for like, I think 30 years. And she ran an art studio in there and then converted that part into a unit. And then the unit that I live in was always the primary. And that's how it was. So the primary unit, the one that I live in, and the temporary use permit one is going to be the one next door that used to be a little art studio.
So again, just making perfectly clear that the principal dwelling is not going to be the tourism facility. It's going to be the secondary dwelling. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. And I see Director Arbor had his light on earlier. Or? Okay. Yeah, I've also reviewed the correspondence from folks that are opposed to the temporary use permit. And I'm a little concerned with regards to the concerns with regards to additional traffic in and around the area. While the CVRD park has a number of cars that drift in and around that area, there's concerns about dust being brought up because of the activities for the short-term rentals. But again, there's a CVRD park that I'm sure with the amount of traffic that drifts in and out of that park, dust gets brought up. So my concern would be that with the applicants being kind of placed in a difficult position whereby dust is being kicked up and maybe their short-term rental person isn't even on the property and they're being blamed for dust that's being brought up or noise that's being brought up in and around that area as well. I mean, there's a lot of traffic in that area. There's a lot of loud music at times in the park. People driving by, having lunch, dinner, throwing debris out into the parkland, etc. So I am concerned, like I said, with regards to concerns that have been put forward by our proponent or by our concerned citizens, that sometimes these folks that are putting it or the applicants are there's the possibility of them being blamed for stuff that they aren't doing. So that's my concern there with regards to the additional traffic in and around the area. There is a lot of traffic there already. So I'm just trying to measure and look at both sides of the fence with regards to this particular application. I just thought I'd flag that as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Director Harper? Well, I can chime in, being the old goat at the table here. I'm very familiar with this property and very familiar with some of the letters that came in from those individuals. I can see their faces in the letter too. So I do think that some of the fears may have been from bygone days, because I remember hearing about the riprap and all that. Oh God, at least 15 years ago. I've been doing this for 18 years now. So, you know, I think that obviously is not the issue at hand. We're talking about a short-term rental and a former art gallery that's now a very small one-bedroom dwelling. So therein lies the rub. I think we should move along. Any other questions of the proponent? Yes, Director Hardy.
No further questions for the proponents, the applicants at this time. Thanks, Chair.
In that case, I'll excuse you from the table and thank you very much for your participation. While we take a vote. And the first vote is on receipt. Anyone opposed? That carries. And the second vote will be on the correspondence received. If you want to make that motion, I'll second it. So on the correspondence for receipt,
I'll make the motion to receive correspondence.
I'll second it. So Director Hardy's made the motion and I second it. So any further discussion on the correspondence? Seeing none. Anybody opposed? That carries. And there is an attached recommendation. Before we do that, I need to get comments from the gallery. Anybody in the gallery wishing to speak on this matter? Seeing none, we'll move to the recommendation. So, Director Hardy?
Yeah, thanks, Sharon. I'm just in consideration of a previous file that we just reviewed and provided a one-year temporary use permit. I would suggest that maybe we take that same approach with regards to this temporary use permit, where we allocate the temporary use permit for a year.
So, looking to directors for comments. I think there is possibly an argument for that, as we are moving into a different era and we may well have a different process for short-term rentals in a year's time. So you're proposing to make the motion the same except for a 1-year term.
Correct.
And coming back in a year's time. Yeah. I'll second it then. Any more discussion? So the proponent knows we are making this motion because of the fact that we may have a changing landscape regarding TUPs and a changing landscape around how we approve short-term rentals in a year's time or so. So it will come back in a year's time and you may find it's a different process by then. Question? You have to come to the mic because I can't hear you in Cumberland.
That question would have been asked while I was up here and I could respond to that. And I'm kind of like a little bit ashamed, and when I use the word ashamed, is that when the previous discussion was happening and you asked about comments, I wanted to say something, but I thought, well, just let things slide through. The time that it's taken to get to this process right here is like almost 6 months, 8 months to get to this. So if you were to say that it'll be renewable versus after a year, I think that's you know, that's great. I mean, the purpose of the 3-year is like, it takes a lot to get here. So I wonder if you've taken into consideration that if we're running a system, a temporary use permit, what it takes to do that. And then all of a sudden, is this like giving notice to somebody? So 6 months before the year is up, we'd start making applications so that when the year comes up, that we can jump through all the requirements that I believe that we have in this case. And if we've come this far and we've qualified, or there isn't a problem, like to do this for a year, it's almost like a punishment. And maybe, I don't know if this is going to be solved in a year through the province, because when I've contacted them, like it's just what it is. So if it is going to be a year and that's what you feel comfortable with, because that's fine. If it could be something that it doesn't financially make a financial burden and a displacement in the system. It takes a lot to get to this point. I mean, this isn't easy to run this.
We know that for sure. Director Arbor wants to comment.
Okay, so I'll just backtrack and hopefully fill in some of the blanks on the rationale at the table. And we all recognize that short-term rentals have never been allowed in our bylaws across the regional district. Okay, so it's actually not been an allowed use on any properties in the regional district. And you've been operating without that right. So when we consider temporary use permits, it's a way to test out an activity and legitimize that activity. The reason, I think, why my colleague and there's slightly different situations between the two of you, but I can assure you we've issued a number of 3-year temporary use permit where we had 5 neighbors saying, these guys have been exemplary. We've had no issues. It sounds great. Usually the discussion lasts 5 minutes. Where you see where we struggle more is when a number of neighbors kind of flag something. In this case, it's interesting to me because, I mean, I could go with the 1, I could go with the 2 or the 3, like we're still talking, but there's somewhat unrelated issues that are coming into play. And my advice to people who do vacation rentals is, because they're currently not allowed in any areas in the regional district, you need to be an exemplary property in all matters, right? So earlier we heard about noise or things like that. It's just that there's an extra neighborhood wariness about the use because people tend to know that it's not an allowed use, and they're like, well, how have they been getting away with it? And any issue. So when you say I'm surprised all this stuff is coming up, because I'm not, because that's when the neighbors can actually weigh in on a range of concerns. And so for us at this table, it's to try to parcel out what is specific to the application and how could it be mitigated. And maybe when I'm hearing this, like there was somebody that was talking about, you know, junk on the property line behind the fence, like you saw all the little comments, right? When we get an opportunity like that, if you came back in a year and the neighbors are like, hey, you know what, they cleaned up that part and there's no more noise, then it's an extension to 3 years. The only difference right now is that, as you heard, we are going to consider a more important report around the whole policy for short-term rentals. I also represent Hornby, different set of issues there, because short-term rentals are currently allowed on all lots. It's the complete reverse of here, and they have different issues. So I'm just painting that picture so you understand why we're trying to balance a little bit the interests.
If I may ask staff as well for clarity, when a TUP comes up for renewal, most of the baseline work's already been done, correct? It's not necessarily a rubber stamp, but it certainly isn't the process you've just been through. Am I correct in that?
Through the chair to the director, so there is an application fee for a renewal and there is a process, but yes, generally the idea is that the person is looking to apply for the same thing that they've just been conducting. And that would be the opportunity, just as Director Arbor has said, to kind of understand what's happened with that use during the term of the previous permit and maybe change conditions, et cetera. But there is a fee. And this one, I just want to comment on the 6 months to 8 years, like 8 months. The ones that you're seeing now have come to us as bylaw complaints. So those are different than if someone comes forward and says, this is the interest that I have, I want to make an application. But when there's a bylaw complaint, we do go through, like, it often takes a couple of months for someone to even make an application after we get the complaint. So we reach out to them, we're sending letters. I'm not speaking specifically about this case, but often there is a fair bit of back and forth. And we do hear folks then suggest that the processing time started on the day they got that letter of compliance. And that often is not the case. So yes, that's thought it important to add that piece.
Does the applicant want to make one comment?
So I would, if I could please. So a couple things. So one thing is obviously looking at the property as a whole when it comes to complaints or what have you. It does make a lot of sense to me, right? We ourselves look at them as kind of two separate entities, the primary and the secondary residence. And as to date, we've received no noise, no infractions, no other than the bylaw infraction with regards to there being a short-term rental on site. We've had people, they'll drive by. It is directly beside the Dyke Road Park, and it is, unless you know it is there, you drive by it every single day and you don't even think twice about it. We try and maintain very clean and good appearance standards on it. Like, my crew will take care of the grass along the fence line on Dyke Road Park, simply because it's something that we kind of take pride in keeping looking good. So when it does come to like infractions and it does come to noise complaints, we've done our very best to kind of create a very low profile, low impact, quiet, private space for people out of town to come and see the valley. Right on the outside of the building, there's the entirety of the estuary, there's the glacier, there's Royston. Kind of gives a picture for, like, we get or historically we receive a lot of visitors from out of province, out of country, and the results from people coming here as a tourist destination, it was outstanding. We received nothing but high praise and positive reviews on it all. Now, I do understand that, like, obviously looking at the property as a whole and ensuring that it kind of sets up as an exemplary looking property is an important facet to it for sure. When it comes to the TUP application here as well, I do feel that it should be taken into consideration that there have been no issues to date. Up until, I do understand again that we were operating against bylaws for the regional district, but without any prior complaints, without any prior police visits or anything of that nature, no one would even be aware that this was a place. It's a very low impact site. And so just wanted to move away from that down into the coming back to review it upon a year or 3 years or whatever it may be, is short-term rentals often get bookings year, 2 years in advance, right? Especially higher impact spots like ours. And what I would be wondering is, let's say for the sake of argument, July 1st, everything goes green and we can do this. Now, are we to be expected to not take any bookings beyond a year from the approval date, so that in the event that we do not get another temporary use permit or whatever the case may be in the future, we're not allowed to take bookings beyond that point? Like, what are the logistics of actually running the operation with the temporary use permit in place?
Alana?
Through the chair to the directors, that's right. So you shouldn't be taking any bookings now until a permit is executed. And then that permit has an expiry date. And so you should not be taking bookings beyond that expiry date. Ideally, you would be applying for your renewal to give you a little bit of time. So the space between expiry and a decision on a renewal would be in, minimal or in your favor. Yeah.
So then, for example, July 1st is the example here. We shut down bookings for July 1st. We begin the process however many months in advance we're allowed to in order to get the renewal, and then we simply restart again once that renewal is granted or not.
Through the chair to the director. So you always have to be, anytime you're operating use, it has to be under permit. So you're going to want to plan your business so that you minimize lag.
Totally.
Mhm.
But I guess my question would be like, for if it's a year away, when can I start the application process in order to reduce that lag as much as possible?
We can have that discussion offline.
Yep.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thanks.
Okay, Director, any further thoughts?
Yeah, thanks. And I think staff, through the chair, I think staff has said that they could have a side conversation with the applicant. But my question for staff was going to be, what's the approximate turnaround time frame for a renewal? So say, for example, the applicant's successful in the temporary use permit for a year. How long does it normally take for the renewal for the next temporary use permit?
Through the chair to the directors, we haven't seen anyone apply for a renewal. So yeah, I don't have any historic experience to speak to on that. I would expect though that someone, it has to come back to committee. Yeah, so we'll work with applicants to, we send them a notice, right? Like at the 6-month mark. Same with what we do with building permits with their expiry. We give folks lots of lead time to say you're coming up for an expiry and the ball's in their court. We can certainly work with folks in a much more seamless way when they've been complying with bylaws and then they make an application in a good timely way. So that'll be the advice that we give. So Mr. Vartanian, if the permit's executed, then we would give a notice probably at that 6-month mark, just modeling what we do for the building permits. Letting him know that, start getting your ducks in a row to come back. And I think with a temporary use permit, a little bit different because I would expect that someone's wanting to demonstrate a body of evidence, right? To be able to demonstrate to you whether or not they've complied with the conditions in the permit. So that really would be the crux of our analysis. What have we heard from the public and how easy has it been to work with that owner under the conditions of that permit? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it has to be recognized that this is difficult for a business, difficult to manage. But I guess the light at the end of the tunnel is that this may be the last batches of TUPs we'll have to approve if we go ahead with a different model. And it will bring a lot more certainty to people with the temporary use or for short-term rental use. So, yeah, I mean, we do have number 7 on our agenda is building service client satisfaction survey. So people will get a similar survey from TUP satisfaction surveys coming up. Okay, anything more for the opponent? Thank you guys again. Excuse from the table again. So does just going to reflect the 3 years to 1 year. And we encourage staff to reach out in plenty of time so there's no disruption moving forward. Because, yeah, enough said. Okay, so on the recommendation, need someone to move it? Has it been moved? Oh, it has been moved. I did. Okay, 1 year's been moved. Right, all right, and no further discussion. Call the question. Anybody opposed? That carries. Now, we need to do we want to take a lunch break and fill our plates up? Oh, pardon? You want to move your seat? Okay. So I'll turn it over to staff.
Thanks. And again, this is over to Odessa Cohen for introduction of the report. Odessa.
Thank you. So I have an application for a rezoning for first and second reading for 1724 Ryan Road East. I'm not sure. Yep, it looks like we've got Cole Logan, who is the applicant for Coastal Transportation and Storage, which is the business on the property. So they are on Zoom right now. So when they're available for a question, I will leave that to them. So the property 1724 Ryan Road East is a commercial 1 zoned property. It's approximately 4.03 acres or 1.63 hectares in size. It is being considered for rezoning from commercial 1 to industrial light to permit a licensed vehicle inspections facility and to provide mechanical repairs on site. The property is currently being used for retail and wholesales, office use, warehouse, and outdoor storage, as well as repairs for their own commercial fleet. Repairs on their commercial fleet are not a permitted use in the C1 zone. The proposed uses, being the commercial vehicle inspection and repairs, are permitted within the industrial light zone as light industrial use and automobile body shop. Retail and wholesale sales, offices, warehousing are all permitted within the proposed IL zone. On July 14th, 2025, the board approved external agency referral, and referrals were sent out following that. In addition to external agencies, the relevant advisory planning commission, internal CVRD departments. Based on that application, the referral responses and subsequent review, a draft zoning bylaw amendment has been prepared. Staff are recommending the bylaw be considered for first and second reading and to set a date for the public hearing. Thank you.
Directors, Chair Grieve has just stepped out of the room, wondering if Vice Chair Hardy, if you're able to take over the microphone.
Dun, dun, dun. Welcome back, Chair.
So any questions? Does the applicant want to speak? I know you're out there somewhere.
No, I don't really have anything to say. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thanks a lot. We have a question from Director Arbor.
Not a question, since there's no questions pressing, but I just want to acknowledge the applications. The site is already pretty developed by the looks of things. I just want to acknowledge we got some feedback from Comox First Nation as well, and it sounds like the answers were appropriately sent back, likely to their satisfaction. So I'm cool with moving to first and second reading.
And a public hearing to boot. Okay. So I see no further questions on receipt. Did we get a motion on receipt report? So any opposed? That carries. And a motion to move the recommendation would be appreciated. On the recommendation. No further discussion on the recommendation. Anyone opposed? Carries. And move receipt again. And over to Jody McLean.
Thank you. And Lisa, can you flip down to page 13 on this report to show the air photo, just the context of the area? Thanks. So back in August 2020, as you may recall, this committee reviewed this application to rezone this 55-hectare greenfields lot in Union Bay from Country Residential 1, which allows for subdivision down to 2-hectare sizes, to Residential 1, which allows subdivision to 0.4-hectare lots. 0.4-hectare lots equates to approximately 114 lots on this area. The Electoral Area Services Committee was supportive of proceeding with external agency referrals, and that was done. And at its meeting on March 2022, staff reported back with the results, which expressed some concerns, and staff presented a refusal recommendation. Nevertheless, the committee asked for some additional considerations to be made before deciding, namely the implications on the water system and the potential to connect to a community sewer system. And that has happened. The applicant has given lengthy and serious consideration to the sewer options and to the improvements to the water system that would be necessary or beneficial in continuous consultation with CVRD staff. On the water system, the proposal involves committing existing capacity to it and creating a new pressure zone and creating a long dead-end extension that really should be looped. On the sewer system, neither the regional south sewer extension nor the Union Bay Estates expandable system, neither have yet to come to fruition. And so the applicant is requesting that this application be considered in the absence of community sewer. The applicant has also given consideration to those external referral responses and provided an alternative, a 1 hectare lot subdivision arrangement, which would equate to approximately 47 lots when subdivided. The report in front of you addresses both the original 0.4 hectare lot proposal, which is what this committee advanced, and also it considers the applicant's revised request of 1 hectare lot development. But ultimately, the report lands in the same place. And like the 2022 report, it recommends refusal. While the proposal takes advantage of the settlement node's objectives to accommodate growth, it is also an area where the infrastructure, the services that would make for a more complete community, like a school site and a sewer system and other amenities and other services, they are to be delivered by development. That's the advantage of having such a large greenfield sites within a settlement node. What's proposed here would be leapfrogging other greenfield sites which were envisioned to deliver services and infrastructure that would support a larger growing community. So in the absence of all this, staff cannot recommend proceeding here. So the report here recommends refusal of this proposal at this time. It is premature given the context of the settlement node. Mr. Chair, the applicant, Andrew Saxon, is here in attendance and can come to the microphone, either the podium or beside me, and he can speak to his vision of how this would unfold in this community.
Welcome once again, Mr. Saxton.
You, Chair. I was going to say good morning, but it's actually good afternoon now. Chair, directors, and staff. I'm pleased to see you all again. However, I have to say that I'm rather surprised to be back here before committee today because the last time we were here, you directed staff to, and I quote, work with the applicant to address other matters identified in the staff report and the updated proposal from the applicant, including sewer servicing solutions, end of quote. And I regret to say that this has not happened. In fact, little effort has been made to work with us on these matters. And I think we've only had one meeting in the last 3 years. And Chair, earlier you half jokingly said that you see me every couple of years, but I can assure you that's not my choice. I would obviously want this to move along quicker than it has moved along. For over a year now, we've been told that progress is being held up pending a meeting with the Comox Nation. And I understand this still hasn't happened. So it makes me ask, why has this step been skipped? As was mentioned earlier, in an effort to address concerns of the KFN and others, we propose to reduce the number of lots from 114 to 47. Despite this, the new staff report, which we only received on Friday, 3 days ago, lists the same concerns that were listed in the previous staff report. And they are as follows: too many septic fields. While our latest proposal is 60% fewer lots than our previous proposal. So that's 60% fewer septic fields. Those lots will have a minimum size of 1 hectare. So that's 2.5 acres. And which is 2.5 times that which is required by Island Health. And I remember Director Arbor mentioned to me that his His home is on a 1 acre lot that uses a septic field. So 2.5 acres is certainly ample for a septic field. I should also point out that this proposed development is not on the ocean. It's on a hill well away from the ocean, and the nearest water course isn't even close to where the septic fields would be installed. So the chances of effluent making it to the ocean is almost zero. Furthermore, modern engineered septic systems are state-of-the-art and are considered very safe. Number two, water supply. The new Union Bay Water Master Plan confirms that there is more than sufficient water to supply our development, even with the original 114 lots. So it definitely has enough water to support 47 lots. And this has been confirmed by the CVRD engineers. Number three, school places. The increased property tax base from 47 new homes will provide tens of thousands of new dollars, tax dollars, which could be used to fund new school places. So all of these concerns can be or have already been satisfactorily addressed. We've also addressed KFN's concerns and made efforts to keep them up to date. I refer to the letter that I wrote them earlier this year and that you have all been copied on. We met with KFN Council. Councillor and Director Hardy was present. We walked the property with KFN representatives, and again, Councillor and Director Hardy was also present. To date, I have spent well over $200,000 on engineers and expert reports to support this application. I even hired a former CVRD staff member at staff's suggestion to assist. I've done everything that I was asked to do and more. In the words of the former head of planning, and I quote, "This application ticks all the boxes." And that was the 114 lots. And in the words of the chair of this committee, and I paraphrase, "We've seen this application in the works for some time, and we are excited to see it finally going ahead." That was 6 years ago. We had the support of this committee. We had the support of the Advisory Planning Commission. We even had the support of staff. And we didn't just have the support of staff, we had the encouragement of staff. They even suggested that I make the development of this property my priority over the adjacent property, which I'd already begun the process, which is exactly what I did. And it's hurt me. We are in the growth area, the settlement node. The OCP calls for increased density. The province is demanding housing now. Union Bay needs economic development and jobs. The infrastructure required for this proposal, although not insignificant, is not insurmountable, and we can provide it. The staff report recommends that we wait for the Sewer South line to be completed. We know that that is not imminent. In fact, it's at least 10 years away, and probably more. So basically, they're recommending to put development in the settlement node on hold for 10 to 15 years. In the words of my engineer, and I quote, "effectively sterilizing the settlement node." Does this make sense? If we can't even get this modest increase in density approved, after all the time, effort, and expense that we put in, then think of the message that you'd be sending to others wanting to create housing and jobs in our community. Therefore, in closing, I respectfully ask that this committee approve our latest lower density proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Looking to directors, Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I was not happy to see this report too this weekend, but partly it's because it's complicated. It's a tough one. And I think there's many points in both staff's perspective and Mr. Saxton that I agree with. So I understand the caution of staff around approving large subdivision without a clear path to servicing. It's the reason why in 2022 we kicked it down the road. At the time, the prospects of Union Bay Estates getting into gear and you being able to have access to a sewage system seemed to be possible. So we were just waiting to see if that would happen. And I agree with Mr. Saxton that since then we've had some bad news on that front. And I agree with Mr. Saxton that we're probably many, many years away from, if not decades away from getting servicing down to Union Bay. We might get it to Royston, we might get it to Craigdarroch, we might get it elsewhere, but this is far stretched without our anchoring partner. So I do agree that it has that your project ends up a bit orphaned from what we thought would be the pathway. And there's still, today I still have remaining questions around the water, and I did hear the word leapfrog in staff's comments. The school stuff I will dismiss a little bit. That's in our report. While important, this is not our driver, in my opinion, as a regional district. And even the report says, you know, there's no site for the school. I'm sorry, there is a site for the school. It's right in the middle of town. It's like we've got 4 acres right there where the current school is. They could easily redevelop. So that was, I didn't like to see that highlighted. I also checked to see if the new school site had been dedicated by Union Bay Estates, a much larger one that could potentially support a high school down the road. Well, that hasn't been done. So that's a bit of a letdown. But to say that there's no school potential, I just was in Cumberland where they're building a massive school on school land, and I invite SD71 to look at their school site in the heart of Union Bay and look at population projection, and likely it would support, actually, maybe not a high school, but definitely elementary school. We also had a presentation today that the gap is being filled as well in other ways in Fanny Bay with Zoe and her team. So yeah, so let's drop the school discussion. To me, this is really about sewage and water. I'll speak out loud. I have to be careful because some of our stuff's in camera on some of the stuff, so that's why I have to double take what I actually say. But in regards to Union Bay Estates, there's big questions. You know, at which point will they show up? There's big question. This table hasn't resolved because there's 5 parcels all under one MDA. But if nobody buys the 5 parcels, then are we just sterilized, to use your words, forever, right? So there's a lot to consider in the South. I won't insult your project, but in a way, like you were a bit of like a Ramona swimming along the shark, because you know there's 3,000 units we were considering that currently are in limbo, and you're coming up with 100 homes. And I remember all the conversations around, well, what's the water capacity? Well, maybe there's room for your project if the water storage gets twinned, which is a commitment of Union Bay Estates. There's also a limit to water. Since we've saw you, I think we've refined our modeling around water capacity at the lake. To me, leapfrogging is not really the right word because you've been there for a long time with your project, right? So it's not like you're just showing up today and saying, hey, I want to jump the line. You've actually been in there for 15 years, minimum. So, and I am still amenable to consider your project. I think small acreages, you've lowered the density in half. I completely agree with your points about septic. It's not 1960 anymore. It's not just a hole in the ground. Those are engineered system that anything prior to 2001, yeah, or 2004, yeah, it's a problem. Like we've got a pickle in the policy level at the province with the 2004. If you're prior to that, you're off the hook somehow. Like people can leak as much as you want. But now, like you need a trained professional in septic to follow it. You need a proper design, whether it's type 1, 2, or 3. So there's a lot that provides assurances around that. So I don't see it. For me, I think my comments at the time, it'd be great if you could join the sewage project and contribute to it and get the benefit of it, right? But that's just not in the cards. So are we going to say no to everybody that, you know, wants to even like build on a lot in Union Bay, right? Because we still have a few of those. We still have a few bare lots. So yeah, and I agree with you. The benefits to Union Bay, I was getting dunked in the tank this weekend. You know, I talked to people, and people are like, "When is anything going to happen in Union Bay?" Right? You're a settlement node, and they see what's happening with sewage. You know, where it circulates, and they're like, "We're just, why are we settlement node? Should we be declassified as a settlement node? Because we're not seeing any action." And a project like that would create some housing. I don't know what you have in mind for it. I've always dreamed that there would be some affordable components, but it's tough to do affordable in rural areas. But I still would hope. I think at the time you were talking about humble estates as opposed to massive estates. I don't know if that's still the intent. And we don't really control that. We've lost, since we saw you, we've lost the tool of spearheading community amenity agreements. The province has withdrawn that to us because the conversation I'd love to have today is, yeah, around like, especially with water. If there's concerns with our modeling and with the infrastructure, and I heard comments about the looping again, so I'm not an expert, but I would love for us to be solution oriented and have a few meetings with your team to discuss the potential. So I'm definitely not this, we're not in a place where we can approve this, I don't think today. I know that's your request, especially related to the water on my side. But we're also definitely not in a place to deny it. So I welcome suggestions from staff and, you know, of how we move forward. It's been a while since we've seen you at this table, and I think the fact that you've cut your proposed density in half, you know, good on you. Releases some of the pressure on the landscape, on the servicing, on the water. And 2.5 acres instead of 1 acre, I failed to find issues, even though the staff is really clear, like, don't do this. But I'm like, honestly, like, I failed to find issues with the concept. So I'll pass it to my other directors to see if there's different opinions. And maybe if staff wants to fill me in as well in the water component where we currently stand, that would be great. A refresher. I know we talk about that in other places, but I'd welcome that. Like, I know we're close to the limit, especially with the storage tank and stuff like that, but we need to, at this table, I think where we struggle, we need to realize Union Bay Estate's just not there. Like, they're not there, they're not around, there's no leapfrogging, right? And the school site, again, I'm dismissing. So I just want to be clear, like, the pros and cons that from my perspective that I'm seeing.
And Director Hardy.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. And I think it's been a while, Mr. Saxon, since I went for that walk with you. So I'm still struggling with regards to, I know we went for a walk with you. I think some of the concerns revolved around access to water. I think there were some environmental concerns as well. I can't remember what they all were offhand, but I can't recall a follow-up meeting with you with regards to trying to resolve those issues. So maybe there were some subsequent meetings, but I just don't recall those. With that being said, the question I got for staff right now is what's being proposed is possibly 47 units on the properties. I'm just wondering if it finishes at 47 or if there's the ability to turn around and add a carriage home or a secondary dwelling unit that can be turned into tourism or accommodation, et cetera. So then we're not really at 47 units, possibly we're at, you know, double it, which is then 94 units. So I'm just kind of wondering if you could maybe help me out with that question. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. It's approximately 47 lots, and then the zone allows each lot to be constructed with up to 2 dwellings each. So the development potential is higher than 47 dwelling units. It could be up to twice that.
Thank you. Again, with regards to environmental issues. And I know the Comox First Nation, if I recall the walk that he did with Mr. Saxton, was concerns of their property or the applicant's property once tree removal occurred on the properties, that there was the potential for windblown issues on the future Comox Treaty settlement lands. So I'm just wondering how or if that issue was ever resolved with Comox and the applicant. And I guess that would be a question for the applicant.
Push your button.
Press your button.
Is it going?
There you
May I
go.
respond
There you
to
go.
Director Hardy through the chair? So we took that walk with Ron Frank, and the conclusion was that with a buffer, a setback, and it wasn't a significant, but I think it was something like 15 meters, that he was satisfied that that would solve the issue. And I remember him saying afterwards, it was less of an issue after he investigated with us on site than he thought it was previously. So he'd recommended a setback, a buffer, where those trees will be left in to protect. That's with regards to the blowdown. The other issue, Chair, was regarding, there's an environmentally sensitive area on District Lot 7, which is KFN land. And the question was, does that extend onto my property? And we've concluded it does not extend onto my property. So I think those were the other issues that Director Hardy had referred to.
Go ahead. You have one? Yeah, thanks, Chair. So again, another concern I think revolved around water. And again, if it's KFN future treaty settlement lands, the amount of units that would be placed on those lands, is there a competition or how do we resolve those issues revolving around water if we have 47 lots that are pursued by the applicant and then Comox wants to pursue another 47 units up there if we run into issues revolving around water there in that area? Thanks.
And Chris LaRose, our General Manager of Engineering Services, I think can provide some context.
I was wondering when we were going to get Chris up here. There we go. Chris.
Thanks through the chair. So there's been a lot of work done over the last several years on this file and for the water system as a whole. Yeah, a lot of different pieces. We've had a lot of study work by us, by the proponent. We've had the water master planning process. We've had developments with the UBE. We've also made significant progress with leak detection and resolution. So all that to say we're feeling a little bit less constrained on treatment capacity than we have in the past. And as the proponent mentioned, we've concluded there is sufficient capacity for this development certainly at its reduced density. To the specific question about to what extent this development would constrain the treatment capacity at the facility, it would incrementally push us closer to the ultimate treatment capacity of that plant. But at the current proposed density, assuming all of those lots did add a secondary suite, there likely would still be some capacity left at the facility, particularly if we continue to make progress on the leak detection. But yes, it would incrementally move us closer to that ultimate capacity at the plant. And with as has been highlighted, with the loss of UBE and that potable water servicing agreement that was part of that development, which committed them to funding the second phase of treatment at that facility, that piece is up in the air. So it's through the collection of development cost charges. It's only through collection of development cost charges in the service area that we're going to be able to fund that future upgrade. So that's the bit of the dilemma in this service area, not just for the treatment capacity, but there's also significant investments required in reservoir capacity and a pump zone, which is the direction we've moved in for this service area. Rather than putting a more distant, higher altitude station in, we're looking at developing a pump zone that could achieve, that could deliver water to higher altitude within the service area at a lower cost. And that's been communicated to the proponent as well.
I see Dr. Hardy turn his mic off, so I'll pick it up from there because we're both on the same topic here. And yeah, thank you for that, Chris. And there's just so many reports coming my way that sometimes I forget. Like I have this number of like, if we solve the infrastructure, the lake itself could probably support another 1,000 homes. I think is okay. You're nodding. That's good. So, you know, there's just some basic stuff we need to know about. And when you think about UBE, like the leapfrogging thing, UBE is like zoning for 3,000, but there's like room for another 1,000 homes. So they have a bigger issue to resolve if they were ever going to achieve their full density. They would probably negotiate for access to Comox Lake or something like that. So we're not, you know, we're not taking away from anybody. And what I'm hearing is there might be some room from what we have, there might, you know, on the water side. The other thing I heard yesterday at the dunk tank was the water rates, right? People are coming up to me. I had 3 different people yesterday talking about the water rates and the increase, because right now we're doing 8.7% increase to the parcel tax every year, and then a little more on the actual consumption. And people are like, is there any relief anywhere? Right. And then you start thinking, you know, can development help with that, or can it hinder? Like, so I think there's some modeling that I would like to see so that we can understand on the water side where those good bandwidths are. Because I don't think that, and maybe the answer we won't like. Maybe it'll say, you know, this development would force us to twin the treatment or whatever. I just, maybe you have those answers, but I'm not asking them today because we don't have those updated reports and projections, right? But it'd be nice. That's the kind of information that would help, I think, this table determine whether there is room for that development to proceed, whether we are comfortable with them being like everybody else on septic, understanding that if grants dry up altogether, and if UBE can't figure out their water, the new buyers of that, we may never see that development proceed at the scale that they've talked about, right? So then are we just sterilizing Union Bay and stymieing any growth there? This parcel is currently zoned for R20 subdivision, is that right? So, sorry, what is it zoned for?
Your lots?
Country residential, thank you. Country residential, which would give us a density of about half of what they're asking, I guess, right? Like 25. So we're really asking about another 25 lots. Like, this is not like, we're used to talking about UBE where we're in the hundreds. To me, it's, and if it helps, the best news would be if it helped with the water system and some of those DCCs and all the rest of that, right? Increase the tax base in Union Bay to pay for all the different things that we have to pay for. It's a community that's under pressure. And then regarding Comox First Nation, Dr. Hardy, you said future treaty lands, but my understanding, this is the L7, right? Next door. And my impression was that the L7 just last year has gone through a process which we lifted the in-camera minutes now is in the process of addition to reserve. So I'm not even sure it's tied to treaty. I think it's proceeding anyways. That's my understanding. In any event, either scenario is good. And if it's, there's likely synergies between those two parcels as has been identified, right? And there's also on the L7, there's existing synergies because 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th Street all drop into that. So, you know, I just see a lot of opportunity. I don't see anything that tells me deny this today. Sorry, I'm not more advanced. I'm not at a place of approve, but a bit like in 2022, this 2.5 acres is still very much rural, allows people to have big gardens. That's the type of people probably, like, I don't know, right? To me, it's just yeah, I still like the project, and I still think that post UBE world, if we were wrapping our heads around it properly and going from a place of no, we can't do that to how can we do it, that would be a great outcome of today, right?
Yes, yes. How do we get to yes? So many times around this table, I've seen really good proposals, basically overmanaged to the point where it never moves ahead. You know, I think that, you know, I can say this because I'm not going to be continuing with my political career, if you want to call it a career. But I think you have to admit that local government staff are, let's call it development hesitant, risk adverse. It's all about, you know, due diligence and protecting the corporation. I get that. But, sorry?
If you cannot point at staff, but say that the policies that we have.
The policies
the
that we
development
have
agreements,
as interpreted by, anyways, where's my lawyer? I think it is true that, you know, we've had some things come before this table that could have proceeded, but they didn't. And then times change, and we're in a very challenged economic situation worldwide right now, where anybody who's coming forward with some money to do something, you know, should be encouraged. Hell, I mean, we've got, like I say, it's supposed to be a settlement. No, we've heard where the increased tax base would actually help SD71. The increased tax base would actually help with our asset replacement plan. And that's a hard one to get across to the public as well. And as far as the dunk tank goes, you do know, Director Arbor, that was a terrible waste of water. No, and the other thing is, and a lot of it is not our jurisdiction. Okay, so let's talk about our partners in the provincial government. Well, who gets to approve the subdivision? Well, that's MOTT. Who gets to approve the on-site septics? Well, that's Island Health. So we don't need to insert ourselves into this conversation. That's not our purview. We've got, you know, we've got a province that itself can be less than helpful. When we talk about water and creative solutions for water, what about cisterns and rainwater collection? Talk about septic. What about composting toilets? You know, all that stuff is like, it's like a lot of the mindset is 50 years behind the times. So I'm just saying there are solutions. I think that this at 100 and even at 114 lots, that was still minuscule compared to the original Union Bay developments. So we're talking about 47 lots. Now that's a little over 1% of the same amount of water. And when you talk about secondary dwellings on 1 hectare, that would be limited to 600 or 960 square feet, right? That would be the smaller. It wouldn't be the full-size house at that size. Like, what do you need? 2 hectares or something? Jody knows this stuff by heart.
Thanks. Yeah, if it was, if they keep the lots over 1 hectare, the zone allows them to have 2 full-size dwellings.
Over 1 hectare.
1 hectare, yeah.
So this is under 1 hectare.
If we go with the 1 hectare lots configuration, yeah, it'd be 2 full-size houses. If we go with the under 1 hectare configuration, it'd be 1 house plus a secondary suite, like 90 square meter item.
So when we talk about like Saratoga Beach, that proposal would be the smaller because it was less than. So there could be some concession made to keep it at the 960 or whatever there's a metric. Okay, so yeah, I kind of agree. You know, we pay lip service to growth, but we certainly don't. We're certainly not friendly to it. We're certainly not welcoming of it. Yeah. And I think that you know, that like I say, a lot of that is a matter of living in the past. Because I think we have moved on. We see people living in their cars, enough going on this road, but you know, people making $30 an hour still living in their cars. So we need some more affordable, and the secondary dwelling thing might be a piece of that. Like you say, affordable housing in rural areas. Yeah, I know, with transit and everything else. But yeah, there's got to be a solution here. I do think that there has to be an honest effort to be able to accommodate something like this. I mean, 47 lots.
Yeah, so I have suggested alternate recommendation, but I would, my last point would be, maybe I would think different if, I think Elena, you reported on the RGS stats, like our dashboard and things like that. And when we did the minor review of the RGS, I believe the areas are coming under the 10% of the growth coming in the areas, right? Is our regional growth strategy that less than 10% comes from outside the municipalities? We're just about there. Okay, so we're just about there. Considering that UBE is not going to happen, which might have thrown us over, I'm not sure that 47 lot, so my two things that I would ask is, one is, my recommendation would be that we send this back to staff with a request to, and again, sorry, Mr. Saxon, this may take months, but with a request that we update our modeling of the water system with consideration of what would be the implication, like both on the cost and revenue perspective of adding these lots. And on the RGS perspective, just fleshing out, I know there's a section in this report on the RGS, but just to confirm that this fits well within our framework in a settlement node that's been actually identified for growth. If staff wants to add other things, like I understand the septic and things like that, but again, let's just be realistic around where we're at with Union Bay Estates. We can't hold every development in the south on the hope that we will solve the difficult place that we're at with Union Bay Estates. I would discount that so highly that we're going to see sewage in Union Bay at next decade by Mr. Saxon was very generous. I think we're like, anyways, I've said enough on that one. So I'd just like to see a report back, especially on the water. If staff believes they already have it, that information to really understand it, even the better. Maybe that could be at a very soon meeting if we need to do more work, because this is considered a significant number of, not potentially 90 for new connection, right? If you add the secondary suite. So would that be reasonable next step from a staff perspective?
Just listening to the conversation here and reflecting back on the staff report and some of the rationale for the recommendation presented here, the water infrastructure concerns, I think, are substantive. And Chris, you're at the table. I'm wondering if you've got any more. I was going to ask before your suggestion, Director Harbour, if Chris, if you had any more context around the water infrastructure concerns, either elaborating what's in the report or if there is something more helpful to add to the conversation here. And it may be that a subsequent report would be helpful to really flesh out those concerns if it's not contained well enough here for the directors today. I do think providing some certainty to the application itself at this time would be helpful, given that this has been before the committee several times and staff did come to this recommendation. But as noted in the report, there's a couple of options to be presented here. But before getting to that point, I wondered if Chris could elaborate on the water infrastructure concerns.
Sure. Thanks, James, and through the chair. I think an opportunity to report back, with some additional detail would be welcome. But I do want to just, I guess, elaborate, like you asked me to. So the big technical issues for the water system are relating to the elevation of this property. Like the bulk of it, 2/3 over 3/4 of it falls above the line that we can comfortably supply water with the existing system. So it requires higher pressure, and that was to be either solved through a higher altitude reservoir or through a pump zone. And those costs are big. And just thinking about the question earlier about, can this be done? Is it a net positive? Is it a net negative on the existing system? And that does depend in part on the density. There's a set amount of infrastructure that's required regardless to service those higher altitude parts of the system. And the more properties that could be added to help fund that, the better. But then we run into issues with sewer, and as we're hearing today, that there's no near prospect of a community system. So we're dealing with the limitation on the densities from that perspective. So I think we could go away. We could do a little bit more work to understand the implications on the system. Can this be done in a way that insulates the existing users from any capital costs, fully borne by the developer? And that's been our assumption to date. Just to confirm that, is that realistic, given the scale of this development versus the scale of those capital upgrades that are required? So I think that we'd appreciate that opportunity. But that is kind of what we're struggling with here, is the scale is not just the treatment, but that is a big piece of it, but also these other big pieces. This development would prompt those. Could it fully fund them? Where does that leave the service in relation to those costs and the future treatment costs?
Director.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, fair. And I would say part of the work you're doing, it might be good to check in with, I don't know where we're at with KFN on the other parcel, but I imagine that some of that supply and elevation might equally apply to the L7. So they're different projects. At the same time, I'm always looking at the map like it doesn't have lines. This would fill out Union Bay over time between those two parcels. I imagine it will happen one way or the other. A little bit more density probably helps on the cost per position, I would imagine, but they've halved it, from 1 acre to 2 acres. And I do want to heed the CEO. Thank you for weighing in, James, bringing us back to the options. And I just went back. It's interesting because I lean on option 2, which is to accept the applicant's proposed revision and reissue external referrals. It's just that if we go with that option, I still don't have the full information on the rate side. There's a part of me like, we have to refer to ourselves to know if the economics work, because KFN may say, oh, we're good with it. Like Ministry of Transportation, they might all say we're good. But to me, the key is still the water costs and infrastructure. And if we can't solve that, it's really hard to make a final decision, because I would hate to go back to Union Bay residents and say, oh yeah, we approved 47, but you're actually subsidizing it. That's like the worst case scenario for me. So I need to know that the thing can stand on its 2 feet. And I don't know who does that work. It's probably a combination working with the applicant, but that to me, that the water is really the key. And also for KFN, they'll probably have that feedback. Actually, Richard, just in a different role from this table, I imagine they would likely ask, what does that take away from our water down the road? So what does that look like? So what does it look like for the next 200 homes from wherever they come, right? So what's the pathway to growth from a water perspective to have timely DCCs coming in and all that stuff, right? I understand that's probably a really complicated piece of work, but it's your world. And so I'm just wondering, under option 2 is whether that work could also be conducted so that by the time these things come back to our table, the referrals, and we could also see an analysis, a more refined analysis around the water piece. And it sounds not great when you have to add a pump in another place, but maybe there's also, what was a looping comment earlier? Somebody talked about looping and the benefits of looping water. Can we speak on that today, or?
Yeah, so there is a looping conversation. I'd say that's on the more minor end of the spectrum in terms of what we're talking about here. And that was, so there is a neighboring property that the proponent mentioned that that's a separate development, and there's a desire eventually to loop to connect down to Bray Road so that we provide looping. But as far as a it's more about ensuring we don't create new dead ends with this development than it is about satisfying a water quality issue on Bray Road right now. So it'd be more about just it being done properly. To do this properly, it should be looped through that area. But yeah, that's a relatively minor piece.
Yes, please.
Address some of what Director Arbor had mentioned. Two things. First of all, the new DCCs, I think they're $15,000 per lot. So we're talking about over $700,000 in DCCs if the 47 lots is allowed to go ahead. And furthermore, we've had some discussion with regards to the adjacent property as to how we would pay for the full amount of the increased pressure through a system, an offline system, and Chris was involved in that discussion. So there are other options that we haven't discussed to address Director Arbor's question, whereby other, the neighbors in Union Bay would not be on the hook for the money. We could find other ways of creating the pressure necessary, and we would pay for it.
Seeing other questions, I have a question about timelines. Would this be a 10-year horizon build out over a period of time? It's obviously going to be everybody on their own, fee simple property, right? You sell lot by lot by lot. So how's that going to work?
I do not expect it to be 10 years, Chair. I would hope that it would be done in less than half that. So I would hope less than 5 years. Of course, it depends on the economy, and the economy is not great at the moment. But this
No
is
kidding.
But this is a good time to be doing the servicing, and before the economy turns around, which we hope it will soon.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I would definitely consider this board, this committee moving ahead with options framed as how can we make this happen? Because people like yourself, they're not coming out of the woodwork every day now. And we already saw where another proponent is basically folded their tent and left. So, these opportunities only happen at certain points in time. And I think it's a mistake for elected officials to think, oh, well, there'll be another bus, coming along in 15 minutes, because there's no 15-minute buses in rural areas for sure. But yeah, I'll leave it at that. So I guess it depends on what my directors think we can say or do to move this thing to the next step.
Mr. Chair, I was gonna just in reflecting on the options presented and that option 2, it is as written, except the applicant's proposed revision to the 1.0 hectare minimum lot areas and reissue external referrals. However, given the discussion around the water infrastructure concerns and the economics, although I'm not sure how much analysis we can provide around that economics, I'm sure there's some probably rudimentary economic analysis that can be provided. Would it be prudent to have a report back prior to accepting the applicant's proposal and reissuing external referrals so that the directors have more context, more information before you actually consider option 2? I know that we want to have some certainty if we can move forward, but these questions that are raised, I think there's probably some good information to be had there to have a good perspective on where staff got to in terms of its recommendation for today.
Well, you heard me say that sometimes the best way forward is to move forward, because a lot of these things would be addressed through the process. A lot of these issues and more would come forward. And the fact that there's so many options along the pathway to say no. There's only one way to yes, and there's like 100 ways to no. So I'd be willing to plow on forward and deal with it as it emerges. Director Arbor.
Yeah, I think that's, we just move, CEO and I move each other, like, I started with trying to devise another option, right, which is the more information. That's probably where my comfort is. Otherwise, when I was looking at that, but the problem remains is, you know, I just want to be clear, especially for the proponent, I will not vote in favor of something that adds cost to the resident. And I think you heard that message. Whatever we do, there has to be a pathway for this to actually, ideally, even if it's neutral or a little bit better, because neutral is a win, because we add to the property tax base in each year. That's the overall thing, right? But on the actual water and infrastructure, wow, you know, if even if it knocked a little bit from that 8.7% increase that we have planned, I just don't know. And what staff hasn't done either is, you know, I'm sitting on the next 8 years of community works funds. Like, you know, we just haven't done the analysis in a post UBE world where so much of our focus has been on that. So I would like, yeah, probably that water piece, I would like more detailed information. Chris talks about sky high numbers. When he talks, it's usually bad news when he talks like that. So, you know, let's find out what it looks like, what is a servicing plan that is sustainable for your lot and may provide avenue for the L7 on the road. What does that look like? And then let's pick up these recommendations when we have that information. So I would just motion to get staff to do a deeper analysis on the water side, especially of what you know, pursuing this option that the proponent has laid out would look like.
Mr. Saxon, you want to add something in closing?
Just briefly, Mr. Chair, if I may, with all due respect, we have an election coming up. And so is it possible to have this back before committee prior to that? Because that could delay things even further.
Just next month.
I wouldn't want to commit to next month, Mr. Chair. I'd have to confer with staff and determine on just how long and what sort of extent this kind of a report would take. I'm not sure that I'm ready to give you an exact date on that right now, but we're aware of the election and certainly aware of the time this is on the floor.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, I wouldn't put it in the motion, but I think staff has heard that and by September. But I would also say that over the last, since 2007, when the regional district was created, you've always had some forward-looking, thoughtful directors at this table. We don't know who they'll be next term, but let's just assume that there'll be people that look at it like we are, which is trying to figure out a pathway on something that's a little bit complicated. But at the end of the day, it's also, we're not inventing the wheel here. There's been already a lot of development in the valley. We have a lot of experience with it. Our teams do. So it's just to figure out if this needle can be threaded, right?
Yeah, and I think we should stick to our knitting as well, because when we do talk about responsibilities of island health, responsibilities MOGT, you know, I think our piece would be the water, the service, right? Local water service area. That's the big issue for us, because the future is going to be in the electoral areas is going to be private on-site septic, high tech as it can be, but that's going to be the future, because the price of public sewers, the cost is insurmountable, and it's going to be a pipe dream, I think, moving forward. I don't see, unless we can, unless we win the lottery. Are we ready for any kind of a motion on this?
I just if I can, Mr. Chair, just given the discussion, is there anything from staff perspective to add in consideration here before the committee considers sounds like a report to come back? Just want to give staff that opportunity if there is something there.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. To the directors, I think what you're talking about and sort of the premise of this recommendation was we'll look at what is the public cost, if any, of this development, because that's what we're seeking, as you've used the term neutral, Director Arbour. So rather than proposing a servicing strategy for this property, just to be really clear, we're looking at what are the public costs of this development proposal at this time. based on the context that exists today. That's what we'll be looking at.
And the public benefit over the years going forward too.
Yeah, the cost. So looking at what are the public costs of this.
And the upfront costs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, just to be clear, so I thought I heard reference to like a servicing strategy for this. This won't be that.
No.
Mhm.
Dr. Arbor.
Yeah. Okay, so just I want us to find the right space. Because what I heard is we're not going to do the water study or around the servicing, right? Or are you saying we will?
Through the chair. Yeah, no, my takeaway was that we would be going away and pulling together the analysis and work that we've already done with a new focus on ensuring that to determine if there's a way to do this, that this can be done without having a net negative impact on the existing users. So
perfect.
Yeah.
So a path forward that's cost neutral to or better for the residents. And I think that can be done. Okay, I'm going to excuse the proponent from the table as we take a vote on receipt. On receipt report, anybody opposed? Carried. Do we need a formal motion or direction to staff or? Lisa's busy typing away.
Yeah, just to clarify, so the motion for the committee to consider would be that staff prepare a report on this particular application with respect to the water infrastructure cost and benefit. I'm ad-libbing here, but the
a preliminary
that would look at the cost benefits for this proposal.
Cost benefits pertaining to water, the local service area.
For the service area.
Not just a pretty phase. Perfect. Are you comfortable moving that?
Yeah, can you just have the
Sure. Sorry. Go ahead.
Is it okay if we say with a preference for the report to be presented before October? Or is that ambitious?
I don't think it's ambitious. I think it's possible. I just want, and we understand the urgency and we certainly
You heard us.
will aim for that timing. Yeah.
Pensive. Okay. I'll second it. Any more discussion? All those in favor? That carries. Now can we have lunch? Recess. Meeting back to order. Electoral Area Services Committee. And we're on number 7. Move your seat on 7. And over to staff. John Crawford's here to speak to it.
Thank you very much. Yes, I was just going to say, John is our manager of building inspection services, and John will be introducing this report. John, over to you.
Good afternoon through the CAO to the chairs and directors. This report is for information and summarizes the results of the ongoing building services client satisfaction survey since October 2025. To date, the survey has been sent to 65 applicants with completed building permits. We've received 24 responses. The goal was to better understand our client's experience with the building department. Overall, the feedback has been positive. Most respondents indicated that staff were professional, knowledgeable, helpful, and clearly explained permit requirements and processes. Most respondents also felt staff responded to inquiries in a timely manner. 79% of respondents indicated that the timelines communicated for their permit applications were met. The staff have been able to maintain permit review timelines over the past 2 years to 6 weeks for new construction and 3 weeks for interior renovations and other smaller projects. 8 respondents provided additional comments. Most of these comments recognize the helpfulness and professionalism of the building department staff and inspectors. The most common concern raised related to processes and timelines regarding development permits. Several respondents noted that development permit and building permit approvals can take a significant amount of time when processed one after another. These comments have been shared with planning and are being considered as part of ongoing process improvements. In response to the feedback received, staff have reviewed phone coverage procedures, continue to provide estimated review timelines at intake, and are exploring ways to provide permit status updates during the review process. Looking ahead, the new building permit coordinator position will help improve application intake, file tracking, and communication with applicants. The recently adopted planning fees procedure and delegation bylaw will help expedite some key processes in development approvals such as minor variances and floodplain applications. Staff are also working on several process improvement initiatives, including updates to the building regulation bylaw 681, reviewing internal procedures, improving coordination between building, planning, and bylaw, and implementing CityWorks, which will help with file management and permit tracking. We're also looking at ways to refine the archive file procedure for realtors and property owners. Overall, the survey results show a high level of satisfaction with building services and provide useful feedback to help us continue improving our service. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
We have a question from Director Arbor.
No, not too much on that. I'm just thrilled, really. I think it's the self-improvement cycle that starts, right? Because you get that direct feedback. I've had it in my work since I started at my other job a couple of years ago, and every year it leads to necessary improvement because people will point out stuff that we don't really see through our lens as people who deliver the program. So I'm just really happy that that cycle will be part of how we do business, and be nice if there could find a way to have a little bit more responses. Like in my work, I have the benefit where I can actually make it mandatory. I don't think that's the case here, but any way that you can find to entice people to complete it. But this being said, 30% response, or a little bit above 30%, is pretty good. And this is just half a year, right? Since mid-October. So my question would be, beyond building services, is there other areas of planning that would be interested in maybe instituting a service like that, or a survey like that? Sorry.
Through the chair to the directors, I haven't contemplated specifically a survey, but certainly have heard this feedback provided, and we get a lot of that feedback, and certainly you receive a lot of that feedback, and it comes through James to me. So some of the improvements John's noted that I think will make an impact have come with your recent adoption of our new planning procedures and fees bylaw.
Yep.
And so I'm hopeful that, through
It'll
the
get even
next several months, I can see if we start to see some anecdotal improvement through the delegation. So that would mean faster approvals ideally. I think we will, we will learn whether or not that's hitting the ground in the way that we hope in the next couple of months. I will say too, like we still are suffering from some vacant seats, and that, invariably when you have vacant seats, then that's when things start to pile up. So we'll just keep working away, and certainly there might be that opportunity when a very specific survey or a targeted group makes good sense, and we'll learn from this one and do the same.
Yeah, no, that's great. And I mean, for me, about it to hit the campaign trail, like these are pretty good, pretty positive feedback. But 2 examples, I'll just plant the seed. I'm not, but I think TUPs and rezonings, like it could be interesting. Obviously, these are slightly more involved processes in some ways, but I think my philosophy is anybody who does this type of work can benefit from that regular feedback, that then you can look actually at a span of people and yeah, I think that's really fantastic. So and also happy to see that, unlike what some people might think out there, or what you read on Facebook, that it's always those voices that'll come out and say, oh yeah, I had a terrible experience with my building permit and it took forever. Those cases do happen, but it's good in a survey like that to balance it out with understanding that the bulk of them, that the vast majority have a very positive experience. So really great. Thank you.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think that if you talk to contractors and builders, they kind of the different jurisdictions kind of take turns being the worst jurisdiction. Yeah, but you should try dealing with the city of Courtenay, or town of Comox, of course, had a certain individual who wasn't very popular. But all in all, I think everybody likes John. Doing a good job, especially considering that I don't think any other jurisdiction has actually reached out like this, have they? Are we the first?
I think they've reached out over a couple like key things like zero carbon step code or things like that. But yeah, the one thing I would say is if you do hear something negative, like anyone can call me like anytime. I'd rather they call here than go on Facebook or anywhere else.
Of course, yeah. So any other comments? Okay, I call the question on receipt. Anybody opposed? Carried. Thanks so much. Now we have a budget amendment for Bear Creek Nature Park bridge repair for receipt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mark Hart is our parks planner, and Mark will be introducing this report, and I think a couple of others here coming up. So, Mark, over to you.
You've got to get the clicker. The good news is Area C's foot in the bill. Yeah, see?
So thank you, and through the chair. The purpose of this report is to seek a budget amendment to support repairs for a vehicle bridge within Bear Creek Nature Park. As you know, Bear Creek Nature Park hosts the Oyster River Enhancement Society fish hatchery, and that hatchery is accessed by 2 vehicle bridges within the park, the lower of which requires significant repairs. This committee and the board approved $100,000 to action those repairs in the 2026-2030 financial plan. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen costs, associated with inflationary increases and unanticipated consultancy work, we require additional funds to cover that work. We have secured a Comox First Nation Cultural Heritage Investigation permit for the work, as well as a Department of Fisheries and Oceans permit for within the fish window of July 1st to July 15th. We seek the budget amendment for in the order of 25,000 to be funded by the Electoral Area C Community Works Funds. Thank you.
You're welcome. So this bridge, as we know, is down the bottom of the hill. And there's a gate at the top. So really this bridge is only benefiting Oyster River salmon enhancement, right? It's not for the general public. Just to be clear.
Through the chair, that's correct, yeah.
Yeah. So they need to know about that, for sure. Any other questions? Okay, so we got first and second on receipt, right? Did we? Okay, so ready to go. On the report for receipt, anybody opposed? Carried. $25,000. Moved and seconded. Call the question. Anyone opposed? Carried. Now, Sewer Extension South Archaeological Assessment Estimate. And what do we have on this one?
Chris LaRose, our General Manager of Engineering Services, will be introducing this report.
Welcome, Chris.
Chris.
Thank you, and through the chair. So this report provides an update on progress to scope out and cost or develop estimated archaeological mitigation costs as part of the Sewer Extension South project. And so the report's just brought forward for information at this point, providing an update to the committee that we expect to have. Sorry, 1 second. Yes, we expect to be bringing forward a more detailed report in July, but at this point, we're able to provide an update on the approximate cost of the investigations, which are approximately $2.2 million. And we're planning to, so we're working with project partners at the moment to work towards a request to the provincial government to allocate a portion of the grant funding allocated to the project to go towards these investigations, which form will help to answer a key question for the viability of the project. Happy to answer any questions.
Short and sweet. Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks, Sue. I'm generally in favor of proceeding. I'm just wondering, it's no secret, like I was in Union Bay yesterday, I mentioned that earlier. It's one of the least well-kept secret that Union Bay is not likely to be included in the South Sewer. So I'm just wondering what justification we provide for doing the archaeological assessment for that community.
So our as you know, we have a separate parallel piece of work underway to assess options for continuance of the Sewer South Extension project, and so we plan to bring forward a recommendation for this work at the same time as we bring forward the results of that options analysis. So at that time, it'll be clearer exactly which elements of the archaeological investigation scope should be included. So if, to your point, if that options analysis pushes us away from extension of sewer services south to that community, then there'd be less of a case for spending the money on the archaeological investigation.
So really today is not a binding kind of Oh, this is just for receipts, sorry.
Just an update to provide.
So now you got my feedback,
Yeah.
which aligns with staff's thinking, so all good, thank you for that. I would note that I like the approach to use some of the provincial grant money for this. The province has driven a lot of the requirements as well around archaeology, and that's a good thing, but also I think it's an appropriate use of the grant that they've provided to us.
Excellent.
So my understanding is that the province actually has an approved list of archaeologists you're allowed to use. Is that correct? So it's not like the professional reliance model where the engineers and the surveyors and everything, or as long as they're accredited by their association, they can do the work. But in this case, that's my understanding. Just correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not sure. Is it it's not quite the same issue. They haven't gone to that point where it's, if you belong to the association, you can do the work, so you can bid on it. But how do they manage it, basically? I'm sorry.
I will preface this by saying that I'm not exactly sure how, to be honest, I'm not exactly sure how that works, but I do know that for the level of work that we're contemplating here, that we need a fully accredited archaeologist. And I believe, to your point, that they're provincially accredited rather than by a standalone self-governing professional association.
So you would wonder why they make the exception for that. Why is the government asserting itself into it when, I mean, for instance, Jesse Morin couldn't do it, right? Wouldn't be allowed to do it. If Jesse Morin, Inc., archaeologist, couldn't bid on a job, he'd have to belong to the 56 or so archaeologists that the government's picked. So it just seems very odd that they have that kind of control.
Yeah, I can't really comment on that regulatory approach, but I do know that that there's certainly an increasing supply as the demand has increased dramatically over the past several years. So exactly, so there's not a limited number or a quota of archaeologists. That fortunately that number continues to grow as more archaeologists are trained and become certified and achieve the level of certification required to do this type of work.
Do they not have a professional association where they could gang up and say, sorry, what do you know about it?
I think what you're speaking of is just like the general, how different professional orders operate. James and I happen to be geographers, and I can tell you that there's not a strong association or anything likewise in the province. Whereas, for example, lawyer or engineers have very century-old, well-established accreditation with recourse, and in some instances, legal liabilities. And planners are definitely above geographers in terms of the rigor of their professional practice. But I think archaeology is a newer field, and I expect that in a number of years it will be like that, like a higher level. The meaning of the accreditation will be, because we hear sometimes anecdotally, and maybe that's Dr. Greaves. Actually, it's my interpretation, but I have heard a couple times where people who hire archaeologists may not have had a great experience in Area A, and then they really question the qualifications of those archaeologists. There's no recourse, but there is a professional program for archaeology, and people are professionally trained. It's there's no question it's a newer field, but it's still a very high standard that is expected. I just don't think that you'll see the same level of upholding standards as you would see with professional engineers or lawyers. This is me ad-libbing a bit, but
I say archaeologists of the world unite. Yeah, I mean, everybody else, I think they might wake up one day and actually unite.
Directors, if you would like, we can get some more information for you. We don't have the detail here, but
I
just
know.
in
It
the
just-
interest of keeping this topic.
I'm sorry, let's move on. I know, but I just thought it was odd that they didn't have an association where they could actually lobby for their.
That's good James said that, because it's increasingly playing in our field, right? Like there's this project, but there's home building and there's all that. So maybe as part of orientation, staff could include a vignette for the next term on the state of archaeology. I know 4 years ago or 8 years ago, we had Jesse Morin come and present on what Comox is doing and all that. But if you just added, you know, what is an archaeologist this day, and because they are increasingly somebody that's important in our decision making as we consider different projects, right?
Yeah, thanks for that. I'm just getting a note here from staff too that through the Heritage Conservation Act amendments, the process the province is going through right now, they are committing, the province is committing to creating a professional registry.
There you go.
To make it easier to hire qualified archaeologists to probably get at the root of some of what you're referencing here. So, but good suggestion on the orientation piece as well.
Yeah, I have a nephew who's an archaeologist. He doesn't work in that field though. Okay, so just for receipt. Any discussion? Anybody opposed to receipt? Carried. Stage 3, Liquid Waste Management Committee, Sewer Extension South. Second on receipt, over to staff.
Thank you, Chair. And Derry Monteith, our Manager of Liquid Waste Planning, is here to present on this report. Derry, over to you.
Thank you, James, through the chair. So this report provides an update on the Stage 3 Liquid Waste Management Plan and proposed revisions to the Sewer Extension South commitments related to septic system management within that plan. While the Comox Valley Sewage Commission acts as the steering committee for the LWMP process, staff are seeking direction today from EASC on the commitments specific to South Sewer. So Stage 3 marks the final stage of the Liquid Waste Management Plan process for the Comox Valley Sewer System, and a Stage 3 report has been drafted which contains commitments developed through Stages 1, 2, and 3 of that process, including commitments for the Sewer Extension South project. And those are listed in Table 1 of the report. As well, over the past number of years, the CVRD has assessed and presented options for a local government role in ensuring septic systems are properly maintained. And a key driver for this effort has really been protection of the environment and public health in the electoral areas, with Bain Sound identified as being particularly vulnerable to the impacts of wastewater pollution. These options have been reviewed through 2 distinct processes. So EASC review of a region-wide program for electoral areas A, B, and C, and liquid waste management plan review for those parts of Area A included within plan area boundaries. In 2025, this committee provided direction to implement a pilot septic rebate program for the electoral areas, deciding not to proceed with that region-wide program at this time. However, consideration of a septic maintenance bylaw for specified portions of Area A has remained part of the LWMP process and has been consulted on through that process. On May 26th, at the final meeting of the Joint Liquid Waste Management Plan, Technical and Public Advisory Committee, the committee supported a recommendation to the Sewage Commission to approve the draft Stage 3 LWMP and recommended changes to the Sewer Extension South commitments related to septic system management. So these recommendations included strengthening commitment SE2 to include commitment to investigate the potential for financial assistance to property owners to upgrade on-site septic systems. And this recommendation is supported by staff. And additionally, the committee recommended amending commitment SE3 to require implementation of a septic system maintenance bylaw within the LWMP plan area by 2027. Staff are recommending that these changes to commitment SE3 be adjusted by clarifying the sequencing for bylaw implementation and shifting that schedule back to 2030. And the staff recommended wording for this commitment can be found in Table 3 of the report. So these recommended adjustments ensure that plan commitments remain in line with previous public engagement through the LWMP process on the topic. And this change also ensures sufficient time for required provincial approvals and confirmation of the Sewer Extension South Phase 1 scope prior to bylaw implementation. The TAC PAC recommendation to expedite the implementation of a septic maintenance bylaw could result in septic maintenance requirements being put in place in advance of a confirmed Phase 1 service boundaries for the Sewer Extension South project. And with that, there is a risk that this could place significant financial burden on property owners in Phase 1 neighborhoods where program mandated maintenance could identify the need for extensive septic system repairs or replacement ahead of sewer connection. And the TAC PAC did acknowledge these risks at the meeting by including language in the recommended commitment for consideration of financial impacts to property owners. However, staff feel this risk would be better managed if bylaw implementation followed that confirmation of the Phase 1 project scope. And additionally, we do note that the requirements for provincial approval of the LWMP, as well as BC Cabinet approval of an order in council required for authority to implement the bylaw, would delay implementation of this commitment beyond the TAC PAC recommended schedule of 2027, given those required provincial approval timelines. So with that, I welcome any questions on the report.
Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. So in context, the Sewer South has been pulled out of the regional liquid waste management plan for now, right? As being submitted to the province? Is that the decision that was made earlier?
So consideration of planning for the electoral area A portion included in the plan boundaries is still within the plan,
Yeah.
but just included within those kind of high level commitments that are
Yes.
included in the report.
As
Yeah.
opposed to detailed.
That's right. So detailed design and engineering is not included.
Has
in
been
this.
held back.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I understand why the committee, which is made out of residents and also professionals in the space, I just want to acknowledge their effort to come with something a little bit aggressive around septic maintenance and things like that. But I also think that staff's rationale for holding off just by 2 or 3 years to confirm Phase 1 makes good sense. So I'll support that. But I also will reiterate, I think that the intent of their comments, which is you can't delay forever, is good. And I would also notice an old conversation of ours from 2-3 years ago that the service area is about, for this, is currently, I guess, maybe 1,000 homes or 1,500 homes. And that if you include Hornby, Denman, Fanny Bay, Bowser, around Bain Sound, it still leaves about 3,000 or 4,000 homes that will not have a septic bylaw, because the only way we can put a septic bylaw is if it's attached to liquid waste management planning exercise like we're doing now with this defined area. So I still know that some people will comment on that, but it's a bit like discussions around climate when people say, well, why are we reducing our emissions in the Comox Valley when China is emitting? Like, everybody needs to reduce their emissions. So that gives a starting point for Royston and Union Bay, which and that whole area where it's been demonstrated that there's significant pollution coming from it, right? So I just want to revocalize that, because those issues will come out as we try to implement those things in a couple of years from now. And I think we will have to put our minds to how we address. In my view, it hasn't changed yet. I know I've exchanged with some of the committee members on this, and I exchanged with our minister. I think that the province should declare all of Bain Sound a special management zone, and that it applies to everybody equally, and that Island Health actually guides that. But right now, we're sticking our neck out, and I'm okay with it. We'll try to use that as a jumping board to still try to attract the province, because I don't think we could do it for the whole thing. I don't think. So yeah, so it's good. The only thing that's not covered in this report, which is probably the more salient topic, is I don't have a report today on our DCC issue. And the conversation with the municipality, which is much more consequential to this liquid waste management plan than septic bylaw. So it's now June, and I'm just wondering what the status of our DCC conversation with the sewage commission is, unless staff was planning to bring that report out next month, or I'm just wondering if we're going to try to address it before the 2026 election.
Through the chair. So my understanding of that is that discussion is on hold while we assess or report back with that further information. So it was planned for this month, but I believe we had provided an update that we'll be bringing forward the results of that options analysis into those 6 or 7 potentials that were raised earlier in the spring forward to a meeting in July. So the discussion about the capital improvement cost charges is on hold pending that work. So that's a sure.
If I may share. Yeah, thank you. Yes, that's good. So that'll come next month. However, just so I can prepare myself mentally, has that topic gone anywhere at the Sewage Commission, or there was going to be municipal referrals to committee? Has those happened at all? Because I'm not aware that they have.
Yeah, no, similar to what Chris said around that pause, until EASC receives the information and is able to then advance further consideration, we haven't initiated those referrals. So the decisions, it'll come back to the EASC here to understand the analysis and then go back.
Ahead of next month, I guess I'll just share my own current view is in 2020 maybe. Yeah, 2020, we were brand new in this building. I clearly remember it. I had to enter into a negotiation for access to the switch system where Area A had to use 550,000 of Community Works funds to access the system. This was a negotiation with everybody. I remember the CEOs, me freaking out about it, and we arrive at an agreed upon solution. And I'm just suggesting that yes, a pause is good, but I think the issue doesn't go away. And it would be nice if we were able to have a similar event where we actually hash out the DCC, because I'm willing to negotiate on that. I'm just not willing to put the whole project at risk with residents with what is being discussed at the political level by some of my colleagues in terms of added fees. So I'm just putting that out there ahead of next month, that I'll probably talk more about that next month. And if we push to next term, then I would just like that to be clearly identified in the report next month, that we're not actually going to try to address that issue, so that I don't feel for 3 months that, we're going to have this huge issue hit our table just pretty much at the door of election time.
Okay, through the chair, I can say that commit to addressing or including a piece to that effect in the report, and just speaking to options for next steps with that options analysis brought forward. What could that look like and when? So we'll make sure that included.
Yeah, I seem to remember a discussion at the Denman Island Fire Hall about declaring main sound with Minister Osborne. Didn't get any commitment, of course. One thing that happened too regarding septic inspections is that the MLA from the other district was saying that there's a policy paper circulating that would require inspections at point of sale for houses, much like they do with you have to have your wet certificate on your chimney. Well, they're going to be, well, if it goes through, they probably are going to have a mandated septic inspection. So when you buy a house, you get the report. And that might focus minds as well. Okay. Anything else then? No. So on receipt, you got receipt? Anybody opposed? Here. Move to second on the recommendation. Any more discussion on the recommendation? Seeing none, call the question. Any opposed? Carries. Sure, my computer just tapped out on me. Here we go. Moving on. Number 11. The purchase of 3843 Livingston Road from the Royston Water Local Service Area report. Moving second on receipt. And over to Charlie Gore.
Charlie Gore is our Senior Manager of Capital Projects Delivery and will introduce this report. Charlie, over to you.
Thank you, CAO. Thank you, Chair. So this staff report is to formalize the path forward that was presented to the committee last month with regards to the funding required to afford the scope for Royston's scope for the Water South Extension project. So this is more the formal request and documentation for the board, who will consider tomorrow at the board meeting the purchase of the Livingston Road property, which the Royston Water Local Service Area currently owns. And the values presented for that property are still in line with the path forward that was presented and agreed at last month's committee meeting. The assessment was done on this property back in 2021, and this property has escalated in value significantly since then, as all the properties in the valley did through the COVID years. And we are just presenting that calculation, so it is very clear what is being paid for and why from one service to another. And that's the kind of details presented in the report. Happy to answer any questions or concerns.
Sounds like a sweetheart deal to me. Director Arbor.
Yeah, it's okay. It's been appraised, right? Yeah. So yeah, I'm supportive of that. It will create a little bit of relief, not a ton of relief, to residents of Royston and the water service. I do, however, wonder, am I talking just to talk? No, I actually do wonder why 110. Because I'd be more happy to sell it to our housing authority service if they would buy it at 400 grand. So why 110? 110 is a place that basically all the municipalities and areas pay into, right? So it's like a general shared service, but there is a strategic value to that particular piece of land in Royston. And as you heard me say many times at the housing, of course, most affordable housing will occur in the municipalities, but where I have parcels, like on Denman, like on Union Bay, and I don't actually have one in Royston. This one is located right next to the school. So maybe you can tell me that maybe we can sell it to 110 and 110 can bring it up with the housing authority. But I'm just wondering if it could be put on offer to the other service first before going to 110.
I think what I would say is that the housing authority, it's still in its very initial beginnings and coming forward, and I'm not sure that it's in a spot yet to be purchasing land. What you bring up is a very got a lot of interesting elements to it. I think it's got some potential there. 110 could make that property available to the housing authority when it's ready to be acquiring land. But for our recommendation here and having 110 purchase it now, it is a general administration service. It does provide opportunity to any of the CVRD services for making more beneficial use of the property. So 110 seemed like the most logical place to house this particular property.
That's right. That's right. And I guess the little ounce that worries me is that once it moves to 110, as you say, it could be any service or it could be a sale. And at that point, once it's sold to 110, this is a board decision, a full board decision, right? What happens to it from service 110. So I'm trying to influence the future of that property from the get-go while this committee still has, actually, Oh, wait a minute. This is an all board because it's Royston Service is just me. It's already an all board. I withdraw my comments, but I keep my comments about the potential for that property for affordable housing. Right, I just realized it already defaults to the whole board. Okay, I'm good. You can sell it to 110 if they will buy it.
Director Hardy.
Is there a requirement for Area A to sell the property to the CVRD? Could they hold on to the property themselves and do housing? I asked the question to staff.
Yeah, and I think as explained through the financing strategy for Water South, that's the rationale why, that's in part the rationale why we're looking to make that sale and purchase at this time, to provide some relief there to the Water South project.
Yeah, I would add to that as per the path forward that was proposed, the Royston Water Local Service Area, who owns that property, is going to be amalgamated into Service 305, which is the Comox Valley Water Local Service Areas. And so it would, it already needs to, if it already is going to leave the Royston's hands through that process. And so otherwise it's going to get caught up in a service that doesn't own land like that. So I think it is appropriate for them to offload it, and they need the cash to fund their infrastructure.
Complicated. Director.
A little bit, but it's interesting too. The only thing I would ask in the fine print of the sale to the internal sale is that we be allowed that this service, which will be the 305 service, is allowed to keep the sign that shows the water stages because it's on that property, right? So it'd be good if for a fixed amount of time we could actually, keep that's where we have the flashing lights, right? Stage 1, stage 2. Do I have that right? Yes, I do have that right. So it'd be good if we could keep that and make sure that that's protected because it's a great location for that sign. Like everybody sees it in Royston.
Fortunately, we're retaining SRW on the corner, so we have infrastructure there. So, so that won't be a concern. Yeah.
Director Hardy.
I was just wondering if the CVRD could charge rental.
I got a
It's
better
an economic opportunity there.
Short-term rentals. Let's cut ourselves a GOP. Well, it seems like a sweetheart deal that that general admin is going to be spending the money of the entire Comox Valley to support Royston's water service. Just saying. Anyway, any more discussion? Okay. We didn't do receipt. Unopposed. Recommendation? Who seconded? Okay. Any other? No discussion on the recommendation. All those in favor? Oh. Good. Now the thing we've been waiting for all this time, the water restriction dashboard. Pro receipt.
Thanks. And Crystal Rose will be introducing this, what will be a monthly fixture on our various committee agendas here for the next month. Chris?
Thanks, James. Through the chair, yes, that's right. So this is the now become a regular occurrence in the summer. So this will be the monthly water restrictions dashboard through until October, and then a closeout report in November. So the season has got off to an early start, the drought season. We made the decision to actually to shift to stage 2 for 3 of the 5 systems overseen by this committee. So that occurred earlier this month when triggered by BC Hydro's shift of a reduction in the river flows down the Puntledge. But we're also seeing pressures in Royston, so through the Cumberland supply, as well as Black Creek Oyster Bay in terms of lower flows down the Oyster River, that prompted us to shift for all three of those service areas earlier this month. And then Union Bay, we inherited a bylaw as we took over the improvement district that links the stage restrictions to the level of water in Langley Lake. So that lake is, we're the only extraction from that lake once it dips below the spillway, which it does early in the spring. So the water situation is still good there. We're holding at stage 1. And then Graham Lake doesn't yet have a water conservation bylaw, and we'll be shifting our focus to that over the next year or two as we make progress on the water treatment project. Looking forward, we do know now there will be a release going out tomorrow regarding a shift to stage 3 for the Comox Valley water system. So the Comox Valley Water Local Service Area will go along with that. So that will be happening next Tuesday on June 23rd. So that's very early, unprecedentedly early for that shift to stage 3. And that's just a reflection of the very, very low snowpack and the drought conditions that have been in place since early March have conspired to leave the reservoir at a very, very low level for this time of year, which is quite concerning. So BC Hydro let us know about a week ago that they're going to further reduce their flows down the Pumpage, prompting that shift to stage 3 next week, which raises the prospect, if this is occurring this early in the season, what does the rest of the season hold for us? So we'll be working very closely with Hydro moving forward, so we're very aware of their modeling, and starting to plan and think about what that could look like if we are pushed to a further restriction stage later in the summer. I think that's it. We were early in the year, so there's not much in terms of graph or lines on the graph for this year yet, but for each of the service areas. But so nothing to highlight there, but I'm happy to answer any questions if they jump out at you.
It's all consumption number, right?
Yes, that's this consumption.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks. And thanks for making those remarks on what's happening with the broader Comox Valley water system. And I'm just wondering, and I had some conversation with Water Committee Chair Moray on this. How do we tell the story? Because right now a lot of residents have that attention, and I think staff has done a decent job. But how do we come up with a graph like that for status of the actual water reservoirs in each system? You probably have those graphs, but they may become as important to the committee as consumption in a way, right? I'll just finish a little more so for me, I go to worst case scenario, and I know we've got a partnership. I won't talk about Union Bay because it's not a snowpack dependent. Every system is very different from each other. Some are totally rain based, so. But if I think about it at Comox Valley level, worst case scenario is no snowpack, right? So as BC Hydro modeled out a no snowpack scenario, so that might be the 50-year from now scenario. The temperature rises that we're seeing right now are also quite drastic. Yesterday on June 15th, it was 36 degrees when I checked, right? So to me, I like to go to the worst case scenario because then it forces you to think, well, how would we manage at that level? So if we had a Comox Lake that is purely rain dependent, as opposed to snowpack dependent, what does that look like? What would it mean? It may be good for boards to understand that. Because right now we're in that in between where we hear it's quite concerning, but we're not hearing, we're moving to beyond stage 5 or stage 6 restrictions, right? We're not hearing that. So I don't know if you want to comment on where you see the future reporting on the status of water heading in the next few years? Like, do you think that the way we're doing it is adequate, or do you think we need to develop different tools to inform the community?
So yeah, two questions there. The first one regarding reporting, I think this tool has been developed over the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
I think it's got the metrics that we think are best to support this reporting, but we're happy to, for any direction or suggestions from the committee about how to improve it. And then the other piece, in terms of, what happens if there's no snowpack. So one of the, I can make an observation, one of the considerations, so BC Hydro, we've known for quite a long time that they have prioritization, like, and community water is fairly low down the list. They've got essential flow needs, so environmental, they've got flood mitigation, power generation, community water, roughly that order. And so what we saw this year is that so that flood mitigation piece is prioritized it continues to be prioritized through to March. And what we saw this year is that, so what that looks like is they keep the reservoir low, just in case there's a large rain on snow event, in combination with a high tide, where they could actually make a difference by withholding flows during the high tide and avoid downstream flooding. But what happened this year, and what we've been concerned about, prior years, is they hold several meters of space in the reservoir just in case that happens, but then the rain stopped and there's no snowpack, and it just didn't have time to recover. So if you look at the graph of the lake level this year, they intentionally shed all of that rainwater, that not all of it, a good piece of that rainwater that was collected over the winter, in anticipation of this potential flooding, and then it sets us up in a weak position for the season. So I think as we see and I think they do that because historically they've been able to count on that freshet, the snow melt, to fill it right back up again and still be overflowing before the summer. So that obviously didn't happen this year. It looks to be less and less likely to be happening. So I think that's part of the answer, is that practice needs to be adjusted. So from our perspective, the risk that there's a question mark there about how much risk mitigation is required from a flooding perspective in March. We don't tend to see large rain events that cause flooding that late in the spring, that late in the winter into early spring. So I think that would be a change that we probably expect to see Hydro implement over the coming years, is not letting go of all that collected rainwater.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
One final one, if I may, Chair. Do you feel like this reporting in your space, that residents, because you guys with billing and your team, like I know you're pretty attuned to residents and their water service. Do you see any value in harmonized stages? I caught myself on Denman because I put on their Facebook forum, oh, we're moving to stage 2, and for Graham Lake, I forget which stage, and then I forgot we had no stages, right? And then I had a couple of them, what, you guys implemented stages for Graham Lake? And I'm like, oh, right, you don't have it. So, I mean, we just have this service-specific method of determining the stages, but has the team ever discussed like a harmonized Comox Valley, even though the union-based system may be doing great, to use the most at-risk common denominator, so there is that universal perspective of where we stand and how we need to manage? Has that ever been discussed?
Yeah, so to some extent we've been shifting towards doing just that. So we've implemented the automatic shift to stage 1 on May 1st, and then the automatic shift to stage 2 on July 1st. So that's kind of doing that. We haven't done that to Union Bay yet because they are such a different water system. That being said, we have work underway right now to harmonize the water conservation bylaws across all of them, including Union Bay, and implementing for Graham Lake. And so I think I could definitely see us in very short order having that automatic shift to 1 and 2. But then the shift from 2 to 3 is pretty impactful because it curtails the residents' ability to water their lawns, which some people really care about it. And I think we continue to believe that should be based on water source rather than just a blanket. So it's one thing to shift to 3 days a week and then 2 days a week with whatever constraints on watering, but then to go to nothing, in our views, should be linked to the health of the water source specifically. So I think that's where we're likely going. Yeah.
One thing I would like to see, and I've often said this, is comparatives on the per capita consumption. Yeah. Might shame a few people and embolden a few people, so. Okay, so here we are. For receipt. Any opposed? That carries. Pardon? Oh, we have a new business. Yeah, we're gonna put this letter forward. And Director Arbor, new business?
Move that
Thanks.
staff bring forward a motion to the board tomorrow to write a letter of support to Fanny B. Oh, you have wording? Yay. Yes, exactly that. That's exactly what I was saying. Thank you, Lisa.